cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the Doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing ant. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the Doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing ant. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom.
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship here in Season 3, The Abyss Awakens. It's finals time! We're down to our final 3 teams, our final 2 series. I am Tetra, joined by Ryan Central, who you were covering the games yesterday. What are we looking out for today?
Oh, just to sort of cap off what's been a great season, I think, right? We're looking at the end of Season 3, and this Marvel Rivals Championship might be a little bit different from before. Like Stage 2, it was qualifiers for Ignite that starts in a couple of weeks. This one, it's a little bit more open. There's no qualifiers. It doesn't go into anything else. It is just a case of, can you perform well, practice some stuff ahead of Ignite Stage 2? So we have pretty much all of the major teams from EMEA playing outside of those that went to the mid-season finals. So it's been a brawl, to say the least.
It really has been. We've been seeing the slow re-progression of Virtus Pro, the team that came 3rd in EMEA for Stage 1 of Ignite. They are now already waiting in those grand finals. They were 1 series away from making it to the mid-season finals last time, and they're already looking for a big progression. One of the teams they beat to get there was Zero Tenacity, who are also continuing a run through the lower bracket.
But before we get into that, there's plenty to sort of go over. If you've been living under a rock or in a whole different plane of existence, you might have missed that Angela's going to be coming into the game as the newest Vanguard. Not only the fact Vanguard is great, I think a lot of people saw Daredevil and were like, okay, another duelist, 3 in a row, are we doing this really? But an aerial threat as well, being able to like fly around, charge people down with stuff like Divine Judgment, and also available very, very soon. I think it's Friday, September the 12th, that we're going to be seeing her off of the sort of play tests, I suppose, into the actual service for people to play for themselves.
That is correct. Season 4 starting on September 12th UTC. We're going to be getting some revenge on those Wolverine mains who've been attempting to bully us Vanguards for so long, having to play the Thing to try and counteract the Wolverine. How about instead we give him a taste of his own medicine? Try and pick him up and take him off the mat. Get out of here, Logan. But there's also some more stuff happening in-game for you to look at. We also have Chrono Storm and in-game events, new skins going on. But of course, Angela is what's on a lot of people's minds these days.
Naturally, yeah, I think so. It feels like there's obviously all of the team ups with Thor and stuff and everything to come along, but there is also something that is currently happening in game at the moment, which is the Chrono Storm, where you can earn twice as many Chrono tokens from various different bits and pieces. Mostly it's going to be from your weekly missions, your challenges, season missions, with up to 2,000 bonus Chrono tokens. So before we get into another Season 4 Battle Pass, this is a good way to either save up to have everything to go as soon as it launches, or be able to finish off some of the previous ones as well if you still have a hold on them and there's some other bits and pieces that you might want to grab.
This will also be going until Season 4, so there's going to be even more points to get. You can potentially turn some of those into credits, which you could, in theory, spend on the Penny Parker Wasteland Mech. As someone who's been running the Venom Penny Parker for quite a long time, this is gorgeous. I love my little Wasteland style of presentations and all that stuff. The scrapper mentality. Big fan of that aesthetic, so this was a godsend for me.
Yeah, compliments to the chef, I think, for the design team on this one, because it must be hard work as well to be making unique skins for Penny Park, especially for the spider suit. It's hard to just like have and copy like other designs from other games, or just like your sort of rigs, I suppose it would be. So having something that this is stylized and really sets this up, and it does say the first time that we've seen this, so it's like making a debut. Maybe we see some other stuff from that part of the Marvel universe, I suppose. But
true.
Going back onto this one, this is a tournament that's been happening consistently pretty much even since like the closed beta, right? That we've seen these kind of like open tournaments. The fact that anybody can enter it, it's happening across all the different regions across the world, but also on console as well as PC. The fact that this is an open route, it says it all, right? We've got teams that have gone a distance, but also some pretty well-known names organization-wise and player-wise that are expected to do quite a lot of work.
We're going to have a look at that schedule for the games that come up. You've brought out a really good point of these are open tournaments. This is the first one in the wild where we've had Ignite players also viable to actually compete as well. And that is because you mentioned MRC is so important to enter, because sometimes it can qualify you for Ignite. There's always a prize pool going around, and it's your chance to play with your friends against some of the best in the world. We are, of course, in September 7th. The lower bracket finals and the grand finals coming up, but these teams are fought all the way through from ignition rounds, a grueling gauntlet where you have to play 10 teams in a row to get as maximum amount of points as you can to get yourself into those actual double elimination brackets. It's a tough tournament to enter, but can be a lot of fun and a great way to improve your teamwork.
That's the key thing too, and I think that's what made yesterday's game so good to watch, because we're on the eve of Ignite Stage 2 happening, which is like, I guess, the main esports circuit for this year in Ignite. There is still a lot to play for here. It's $40,500 prize pool. And again, this is pretty much copied across to the Americas, to the Asia tournament that we saw end just before we started, but also across different platforms too.
Yes.
So it is just like a more consistent system, but this is also just a great appetizer and a litmus test for teams before we get to Ignite, because we have those like grand final event happening pretty much around October, November sometime. Now it's like for Virtus Pro, they narrowly missed out on qualifying for that event. They were the best team in EMEA. They literally never lost a series up until Ignite Stage 1. And then they started losing series, and then they lost literally the only games that would stop them from qualifying. That they fell at the final hurdle, and it meant that they were not present at the first ever international event that we had for Marvel Rivals.
And as such, they are going to be running in with that albatross around their necks, on their backs, getting ready to make their way in and try and qualify for those global finals. But up against them, long-time opponents, we have Zero Tenacity in that lower bracket, who have been in the lower bracket since basically the ignition round. Unfortunately, they did miss one of their games. They have technically not lost to any team since they have entered into this MRC tournament. They just have missed their game and were sent down to the lower bracket, and since then have been absolutely annihilating basically everyone in their path, compared to Choppity, who is essentially a super team made up of players from Peps, from Yoikanda, from all of these incredible Ignite teams that have come together to try and just perform well in Ignite, and this is their proving ground. They've already shown how insane they are in Night Shift, where they were able to take out Team 1, the team that used to be Rad, aka the current world champions. So this is a team to be watching as we're going to be heading into our game shortly. That first matchup will be Choppity versus Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity, especially, it was a top 4 finish, I think, from them, actually, from Ignite. So, and a lot's changed. You sort of mentioned that they got knocked down to that losers bracket, and they've been that sort of Grim Reaper meme of just knocking on the door, taking teams out. But they have kind of Grim Reapered themselves to an extent, because the organization has pulled out of Ignite, at least for the time being, or at least with this team. But because they were in the middle of this championship, they're still playing together. We would assume that they would stick together and play under a different banner going into Ignite, because they earned their place, they have a good seed for it. And for the most part, they've kept their team roughly the same. They've lost Knuten, who was probably their poster boy, but they've brought in players like Monk Mutter that used to be on Fnatic briefly, but mostly known from like Yoinkanda and 0%. And I think it was Pinklord that was on this team too, that has gone off for different teams. And it's now going to be CAF playing in with them. So Chopped is a team that definitely deserves a lot more recognition from what they were able to do earlier this week. The problem is, I suppose, is that the Zero Tenacity team is also well tenured, has a bit more of a core to play around, and probably is going to get underestimated a bit potentially.
We're going to have to see as we're heading into our first pick and ban phase. Once again, these are the universal picks and bans, aka you ban for your opponents and yourselves, and the same with the protects. So we'll have to see how these teams choose to play with mirror matches, especially on the table. Already, Psylocke going to get taken out, and it has been a dominant force throughout a lot of these ban phases, especially with players like Tuzi in the game.
Yeah, it's certainly the one. Like, we've seen a lot of bans for Psylocke, but banning him first is definitely unique. I think on the other side, though, banning out Groot has also started to really come back in popularity. The synergy with Mantis, which has been a common protect now to try and get that triple strategist going. Yes. And also you're looking at players like Lugia, I think, had some amazing moments on... it was Lugia or Ducky, one of the Vanguard players that was just absolutely tearing it up on various Vanguards, but certainly Groot. The Captain America's going to be in play for them, and right now it's just making sure that one of those strong duelists at the moment, either Jean Grey, the Phoenix, or the Human Torch, is in play. With that ban going on to Jean Grey beforehand, Chopped have gone, we want to get the Torch.
Psylocke, Phoenix, and Human Torch. These have been some of the dominant pickups with characters like a little bit of the Punisher still creeping in every now and again for different drafting styles, but these three have been the absolute kings and queens of duelist players, at least for the recent season. We'll see how that changes heading into Season 4, but for now, Luna will be protected. Mantis Luna still opens up for the possibility of Ultron compositions, which is going to be especially useful when you are playing a Human Torch, because you can keep them extra sustained up in the sky. And Wolverine will be removed. If you're going to have a couple people in the sky, you want to make sure that your ground members are safe and not going to be isolated.
We have seen a couple, yeah. I feel kind of clever, because I was going to say one of the elements that we have seen as a common last ban, I suppose, like the last couple of bans, has been the Hulk. And for a multitude of reasons. For one, I think he's just a really strong Vanguard at being omnipresent in these engagements, certainly with more like brawling capabilities. Fastball is another good example, that team up with Wolverine, but that's not in play. But also that team up with Namor, and Namor is still playable here. So now Choppity, Zero Tenacity, who's going up into the grand finals against Virtus Pro? Just have to wait and see.
And we are into our first matchup. This is a best of 5. We did see Choppity start off with a little bit of the pre-setup. The Rockets packed lunch. Not going to be going with the Spider team up for the extra 25 armor, the extra bonus health onto multiple of the members on the rollout. But we are seeing them play especially aggressive with a standard setup. Ultron, Torch, Mantis, Luna, with a little bit of a Captain America for the push-in. Zero Tenacity, though, they're actually thinking a little bit further ahead. They're going with some more anti-air as the Thing. Benjamin Grimm makes an appearance.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time that I've casted the Thing since that new ability has come into play to be anti-aerial. And there is a change for Chopped. Whilst this fight is still going on in its early period, it's Crazy Kitty that has been pretty much on Ultron duty consistently for Chopped, and then Tuzi's been over on the main duelist, but they've had to switch over because of the comp that they're running. Zero Tenacity have found a good amount of space here, and Lugia has found himself enough room to take the point first and scrap himself up, and I guess most importantly, get some of those strategist ultimates almost ready.
They've already charged up the Thing. We were talking about it as a potential option for Season 4 as a big counter to the flying Angela, and also being that displacement immune, making them very effective at dealing with Angela, but jumping out already ahead, using those Stone Haymakers with the ability to leap with the Battle Leap to your opponents now to knock them out of the air, ground them. If you land that Stone Haymaker in the air, here comes the range of Ultron's mirrors from both sides coming in quite early, but everyone already very sustained. Big pickup for Tuzi though, sniping Winnie on the flank.
He's trying to get a little bit more. With Zero Tenacity, I guess the fact that they're playing this aerial means that they can spread themselves around the Supernova. It might not even necessarily end in any eliminations at the end for Zero Tenacity, but I don't think they're going to mind. They're still losing numbers, but they're still buying up time and progression on the point. Then it might not even matter. Almost goes down as Ducky over on the Emma Frost, but the fate of both worlds from Cap in the nick of time, able to keep them going and actually keep things progressing in the side of Z10.
Beetle over to the Emma Frost, already charged up at the moment, swapping off the Captain America the second they saw that thing, preventing them from dashing around. Here comes the silent introduction from Beetle with the Supernova, maximizing the damage output. Smashless is trying to flank from the side to keep that damage output. Zero Tenacity are out of tools. No ultimates available. They're just going maximum sustain with basic abilities, while Choppity are committing hard for this. Meteor M tagged on through, diamond form. Ducky does not care, eats that completely, and they're still holding the line. Still no ultimates for Zero Tenacity, and yet they hold, not living up to their name at all. Sniped out of the air by Lugia, Tuzi falls, and Choppity. They just can't break through this.
I mean, all of this damage that's come in has been water off of Ducky's back. It feels like how much he was just really taking some of that focus from Choppity. But when you're running 3 strategists, the natural part is that's a lot of healing and sustain coming through. And Choppity, they have a relatively new team. They have done some amazing stuff already in the past week alone. But whether that's a case of like there's not enough focus fire on particular people to get past these breakpoints and do enough damage for it to be lethal, it just felt like with that one duel as the Crazy Kitty, even with all of the animation cancels and the slam downs that you can do to burst down damage, it wasn't enough. I don't think they got really that many eliminations full stop.
Tuzi is a massive player when it comes to hit scan characters, and this Ultron is incredible on the hit scan, but it seems like Zero Tenacity, with this thing, have put too much pressure on these flyers. We're so used to being isolated and on their own, even with the triple healing output. Like you say, Choppity, they're unable to find these finishing blows. They blew through 4 ultimates in that last fight, and Zero Tenacity got taken out essentially 0 times. They just had full sustain, even without those big burst healings from the Soul Rejuvenation or the Fate of Both Worlds.
Not much has changed for Zero Tenacity's side when it comes to the heroes in play. However, DRP has moved over to the Venom. Something that we did see yesterday actually was DRP going in a little bit too deep and being pulled and pushed around by various bits of utility that he ends up kind of going down early and diving in on his lonesome. And it's looking like he's about to go down there. It does take the resistance to keep him alive, and Mutter's actually able to get the pick onto Tuzi.
Absolutely gorgeous. Smash this now with the double. Lugia on the flank saw the 2 duelists in the air together, was able to leap, take one out the sky, allowing Monk Buddha to just pick them off like someone shouted, pull. Beautiful snipe, and once again, Zero Tenacity will hold on to the first objective.
Now, really, it's going to be a case of looking back at this one to see what happened on the first point, but are those same mistakes going to pop up here again too? You do have a Supernova, which is a great way for Choppity to start things in, just pretty much as I said it. The side of Seduction is going to be used on the other side to make sure that there's no other follow-up that can come through. There is a Soul Resurgence in hand for Vertigo. He's not being hit by this Emma Frost ultimate, so he's able to use it, but it just doesn't feel like they quite have that tempo to get going. Now they come through, but it's matched on the other side by Winnie.
Soul Rejuvenations on both sides. Supernova for Smash there. They dropped a little bit low. They're forced to lower themselves down into that healing area, but the zoning is still working out. Another pickup from Monk Buddha, and massive Punisher player. We know they are also a hit scan master. Sniping off the Tuzi on the back like Fate of Both Worlds has to be dropped just to sustain on through. The yeet of the sleep from Winnie there to keep the zoning potential. Winnie popping off.
Lugia is just punching in. It's terrifying, realistically, especially when you've got so much to keep them leveled up. And also just that trait, I suppose, of the thing, just being immovable, means that, you know, Winter Soldier, the Invisible Woman, any pull to get them out of position is just not really available on the board. And he's able to just come up and not only knock down some of these aerial threats, but to leap to his aerial threats on his team, to peel for them, honestly, just to be a body in the way.
the heal for them, gives themselves a little bit of armor. Range of Ultron from Tuzi and Mokmuna once again completely echoed. One for healing, one for damage, but it's enough this time. Lugia caught out of position a little bit too far forward, and now it's all about evasion. It's both of the aerials dueling at the opposite here, but it's gonna come out in favor of Choppity, as with the early pickup onto Lugia, they now have numbers. They push on in with the pickups, and they are able to take back control of the point and flip it on 99.
And finally able to make something happen. I guess best case scenario for them too is that they didn't have to use pretty much everything that they had. They still have 3 ultimates available, both the Vanguards, and also the fact that because we have this ban system where you don't ban for your opponent or pick for yourself, it means that we do get a lot of those like crazy duos. That Vanguard line of Emma, Frost, Magneto, you would never see an Ignite for that reason alone, but here it's pretty much what Beetle and DRP want to be on, moving over from playing the likes of Captain America, playing Venom. Now it's a case of holding on, because one more fight that they lose, and they lose the first map.
Sun introduction, utilizing those pillars for a little bit of trouble. Point blank media, but it's going to be completely picked off. DRP wiped out early. Supernova from Crazy Kitty because they're losing members. They need to try and keep control to delay this until the portal comes out from DRP for reinforcement, because it's already 99. They finally get Mash on the counter, on the flank. Crazy Kitty is putting the team on their back right now to buy time for the Master of the Mystic Arts to come back in and try and hold this. It's the flip, it's overtime, but Crazy Kitty is giving everything to hold this.
It's pretty much everything that they've had to throw on the board. It's not going to be there in time. I mean, the pivot was just a little bit too slow in the end, but it's not as if there was much space for Chopped to rely on, right? One false move and it was going to be done. But a blink and you miss it map, isn't it, Tetcher? That we were expecting a little bit more backwards and forwards. This map being randomized by the system too means that it's a bit more of a coin toss. But I didn't really expect the Zero Tenacity would win this one as cleanly as they did.
That was so strong. It just felt like there wasn't an answer. We saw adaptations. They moved off the Captain America on Choppity onto the Emma Frost to try and match that to get a little bit of crowd control, but they just didn't seem to be able to do so because Lugia never took the front on engagement, almost playing the thing like Captain America, pressuring the backline. Only the difference is he can fly almost, being able to just send himself into those backlines to get a little bit of extra crowd control and just opening up full freedom for Smash Des to just almost double anyone else in the game's actual DPS except for Crazy Kitty.
Well, look at the deaths actually on the screen, just in the middle for the side of just a 2-1, 2-2, like 10 eliminations total across the board from Chopped on that one. And I wonder how much of them were actually on that second map where they were able to take the point. Like, if we were going from the first one, how many was that? Maybe 3 or 4 total. There was a couple, but realistically, there wasn't enough there to turn things into their favor. Whether that's a case of the triple strategists, you're playing around at your position well, that there's just no way to break through with that damage. But I also think the fact that you've got Tuzi on the Ultron it's a miss, because you want Tuzi on a duelist, but also Crazy Kitty's Ultron is so good, it clearly must be a case of Tuzi's not that comfortable playing Torch. So maybe in the future you want to make sure that like you can get Crazy Kitty on the Ultron and then Tuzi on something a little bit more offensive, because there it just felt like it wasn't lining up half as well as it did for Smash Des and Monk Mother.
Which is a weird thing to say, because we know that Tuzi can play the Torch, because we actually both experienced the opportunity one time during Ignite, where team decided, let's just ban everything that Tuzi plays, and suddenly he can play Torch, suddenly he can play Punisher. We know he can play all these incredible heroes. You can't outban him because he has the option. So there was some logic behind here, but they just weren't able to find it. They didn't want to swap over to a Punisher to try and counter the thing in this case. Either way, we'll see what adaptations they make in game number 2, as we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if Choppity can bring it back, or if Zero Tenacity will extend their lead. Don't go anywhere.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon and
go.
Those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, we'll find you. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen.
We've described the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 3 for EMEA as a brawl, with some of these teams involved, and I think the fact that this series is headed to another domination map, Tetcher, is a great way to sum up just how much it is two equal teams taking chunks out of each other, but it didn't feel like that was an equal game as such, right, in that first map.
No resource rumble yet, so this is the brawliest game mode we have so far. And like you said, that didn't really feel very even, despite these two teams have shown that they are some of the best in EMEA right now. Zero Tenacity, whether it was just from the draft or the playstyle, they seemed to take full control. They only really lost the point once and then just took it back. So very impressive to see. Will Zero Tenacity be able to keep that domination running when we already know that Choppity can take games and series off of some of the best teams in the world?
I wonder if the org of Zero Tenacity is like, if they get to a grand final and even maybe take a map or do some damage to Virtus Pro, that they're like, hey, are you up? Like, I want you back, please. But this team is still like trying to go the distance, do as much as it possibly can. And I think one thing that we didn't even really get to mention at the end of that one was just Lugia's thing. It felt like it was just very obvious to see the impact of it, but not seen that much of it in use, having that impact, full stop.
It was extremely impactful, literally just sniping people out the sky, a little bit of disruption. There's two ways to play the thing in a lot of cases, and that is as a big sort of backline protector when you're against someone like a Black Panther, someone who's attempting to dive in, you ground them, you keep them there, your team can hopefully re-engage, you protect your team with the embattled leap with that stone aegis, you make sure your team is safe and protected. In this case, we saw the other way of playing it, sort of like a flying Captain America who sees people in the air and decides that the best strategy is to punch them. And in that case, it worked perfectly. This is a fast draft. The Torch is gone, Psylocke's gone, Wolverine's gone, Loki is taken out. But with this case, we do see Phoenix, and in this case, the Groot will make it through. With Monk Builder in the game, perhaps a return of the Punisher could be in our future.
So I think one thing for Choppity to highlight is that like protective Jean Grey this early on. Like last time they wanted to try and get the Captain America, and then they got the Torch a little bit later, but they banned out the Torch now. They want to play around the Ultron as much as they can. It's not something that I think Z10 is going to ban out last. So making sure that they have the Jean Grey means that they can get Crazy Kitty on Ultron and then make sure that Tuzi's able to go on Jean Grey. Whilst it's not the same level of his Psylocke being able to just skulk around in the background and find a ripe target and go for the pick, it really is like he's able to do that on Jean Grey as well with some of that movement. And the animation cancels that come in too with the melee attacks. It's something to be scared of. So Choppity, the draft is looking a lot more cohesive than last time. The domination mode means that they can take chunks out of them if they want.
We're looking at some of the duelists that are being hovered. Looks like we are leaning mostly in favor of that Jean Grey. With no Magneto, we'll jump into that in a bit more detail as we head in to map number 2. Well, that video does seem to suggest that we are in Asgard. We are, in fact, in the International Empire of Wakanda. But let's talk about it. Phoenix, Magneto, a massive duo. Phoenix, the Ensong Inferno, removes bonus health when they go in for these big engagements with this ultimate. Followed up by a Meteor M. Meteor M snipes most characters in this game, unless they have bonus health. So being able to remove that means that Jean Grey and Magneto have become a massive go-to combo.
Also, I sort of realized from the last draft that Loki was left completely open, and we never saw him in play. Like, that's weird, though. I just sort of noticed that. I was like, wait, Loki got banned out here. Where was he banned out last time? He wasn't? And we didn't see him at all. That was weird. But I think here, like, you're right. Like, having the option of, like, Magneto, Jean Grey allows you to get past the fact that Zero Tenacity were pretty much immortal that last domination map. Nobody has gone down just yet. It really now is the question of, like, can Choppity actually find these, like, cohesive eliminations, and they start off with one. Can they string a few together?
As this time, you mentioned how these teams seem to be focusing heavily onto the Ultron. Zero Tenacity decide in this case that it's time for Adam Warlock. But already, Warlock has been taken out twice in less than that many minutes, as they have already been focused down. Tuzi will get picked off as well. It's an absolute brawl at the start here, sending in the max range freeze is cast. But this is going to be Zero Tenacity taking control. They've been able to zone out Choppity, despite Choppity winning the early fight, getting that double pickup. And yeah, Adam has been abandoned immediately. We're back to Ultron.
Back to something a little bit more solid for Choppity. Actually, no, this is a pretty good fight for them in the end. Tuzi's able to find himself pretty much a couple of picks. I think that's all he managed over on the last map, full stop. But yet, still, Zero Tenacity, the ones progressing the point. It's only now that Choppy's been able to swing things back into their favor. But now it's just stalling out as many of the plays from Zero Tenacity as they can, just by a little bit more time break. Some of these walls to stop any extra damage or extra healing coming through. Choppity looking already a lot better than they did on that first map.
Wild Wall placed around the corner here, so this way they can poke a little bit around the corner if they take a bit of damage. That healing wall from the team up between the Mantis and the Groot will give them that little bit of extra stay. This is also why we did see Loki banned out this time with the Groot in play. That triple team up with Loki getting a damage boost from the Mantis team up is a bit too strong to deal with. Here's some mirroring of the psionic seduction, both teams trying to pull each other in, but neither one is going to find an actual pickup here. Ducky does get pulled in, but tanks on through.
This fight is a little bit of a stalemate at the moment, and for Choppity, that doesn't really suit them all that well because they have 5 of their ultimates available. Used the first one with the Rage of Ultron, and Crazy Kitty's timings with these have been solid. Strangler Prison has been attempted from Ducky, but when you have the fate of both worlds to just keep everybody topped up from Choppity, that follow-up that we were saying that Choppity didn't have in that last game seems to be lacking on the other side now of Z10.
Oh boy, you put Tuzi on a hyper carry. Tuzi, please have mercy. They're chasing them back already around the corner. And this is exactly where Tuzi does thrive on these characters who can essentially 1v5 an entire team if the enemy team is not targeting them. Soul Rejuvenation has to come out, but they're grouped up, allowing these sparks to do so much damage. Rage of Ultron to try and break the siege. Ayabagamoto to keep the group together though, but everyone tanks on through.
That's a really rough fight for Zero Tenacity, all things considered. You have the Soul Resurgence and then the Rage of Ultron following, and you haven't got out of this doorway. You haven't even been able to fight on the point by using 2 of your 3 strategist ultimates in play, and then it's used on the other side for Chopped. Whilst picks are now going to favor Zero Tenacity, they were just so far pushed back that there was no way for them to touch in time.
Very nicely done. The Doctor Strange showing why they're still extremely powerful, especially when you look at these Vanguard lineups. There is no Magneto, meaning that there isn't really anything for Zero Tenacity to actually block out these Eye of Agamottos unless you can really beautifully time a Group Wall or a Mind's Aegis, both of which can require a bit of setup time sometimes. So Choppity, masterful usage there of the Master of the Mystic Arts, really taking control of that choke point. Like you say, Soul Rejuvenation had to come out, Rage of Ultron had to come out, and they didn't even make it across the threshold. You said it perfectly.
I think that was one of the things that we enjoyed watching from Chopped and a lot of teams yesterday. It wasn't just them, but like the movement of knowing when we have the advantage that you're able to just keep pressing forward, even past the areas that you're fighting for. Just knowing that like we can take so much space, and then Zero Tenacity, they're so far pushed back, even to spawn in some cases. You have to dedicate resources and even ultimates to just try and take some of that space back. That's exactly what Chopped were able to do there. It was a superb job, but now you have to worry about the high ground. And when you've got Ultrons and Jean Greys flying around, both teams need to make sure that they don't let any of this space go unturved.
And we see Choppity using the portal, but not for anything aggressive. They don't try and take their opponent's side, for example. They just want to get everyone to the point first so that they can defend it and utilize that Jean Grey for a little bit of zoning. Sound introduction from DRP to try and set up early. Down goes Ducky, and this is going a little bit well for Choppity. Trying to break that siege. Counter sound introduction from Lugi, even though they're down a member. The fate of both worlds means they have solid damage output. Smash there's finding Crazy Kitty on the flank, trying to set this up. Headsong Inferno is good, but it's not enough to find a finishing blow here, but the zoning is coming up. Absolute dividends here.
It's a very good fight. It's a whole different team, it feels like, for Chopped, yet they have been able to take the point, and if anybody's likely to do it, it was going to be Zero Tenacity. 2/3 tried to claim it, but now they have to give up this space a little bit more. One thing that we have seen when you have these sort of mirror drafts is long, high, sustained fights. Even without a Luna or a Loki or a Captain America all stacked on top of each other, these fights are still going on a while. You've even got Ducky throwing himself onto the point to keep engaged on this one. And then the Strangling Prison Rage of Ultron, this could be a nice turnaround in favor of Zero Tenacity, but nobody has turned up in that elimination feed.
The point has still not been captured. Here comes the fate of both worlds for the turnaround. Crazy Kitty now has that Rage of Ultron, going to try and hold on to it as they're trying to take out Mokuna, who moves down into the Soul Rejuvenation to keep the team topped up. Smashness returning from spawn. And finally, Choppity will take control of the point as Lugia unable to touch in time. Rage of Ultron coming out from Crazy Kitty to secure the point, to keep the control, while Smashness is still finding pickups. It is still Choppity holding the line. The Psionic Seduction to buy them extra time. Mash keeps them healed with the Icicle Arts, and that will be a lovely hold for Choppity.
Didn't really think that Ducky had much of a chance to get out of that one. Some of the other players disengaged. No more ultimates wanting to be thrown at a fight that they feel like they've lost. Because of that long sustained fight, it's only a 28-30% on the board for Chopped. Zero Tenacity have done really well, actually. They used the Rage of Ultron quite like a minute and 90 seconds ago, and they've almost got another one for Mutter. Even switching over Smash Dash to play on the Punisher, feeling like there's not that many barriers to actually protect Choppity and so many flying characters. That lock-on could be very, very strong to find an elimination.
Punisher with the groups being so popular, but both teams have already abandoned the group, trying to set up with that culling turret, but everyone is playing so evasively. Munkmuda chasing down stragglers to try and get a punishment on this boss. Madness sends everyone fleeing for cover. Headsong Inferno point blank. That's the fate of both worlds to sustain it. In mid-air, Smashness chasing down Jean Grey, and this is full counter engage from Zero Tenacity. They're burning basically everything right now. They have that final judgment, that Eye of Agamotto, though. The second these defensive abilities from Choppity go down. Eye of Agamotto.
Oh, stunned. Oh, no.
Huge.
It looked like he was just stunned out of it, but no, he was able to get the CC in onto 3 players from Chopped regardless. And then when you've got the final judgment on top, they're the things that we sort of mentioned of like getting these breakpoints. There's too many strategists on the field that you have to have a lot of damage concentrated on one player or group to actually make sure that something happens off the back of it. So Chopped's able to hold on for a good 85%. Doesn't mean that there's one fight left in it for Zero Tenacity. There might be enough of a stall here, but up on the high ground, this is an aggressive play for Chopped. It's fast, and Zero Tenacity wanted to disengage, but they're losing numbers very, very quickly.
They just got steamrolled. Choppity just ran through that. They saw a grouped up defensive position and said, ooh, I have Phoenix, that'll help. They completely blast on through that. You mentioned the lockdown. They were able to stop Ducky on that Doctor Strange for at least a moment, but he was still able to get that Eye of Agamotto off, just wasn't able to get the follow-up. Doesn't matter. They still had to use every single tool. Counterforce all this time from Lugian, just so they can try and re-engage this overtime ticking down. Choppity in control. The freedom charge from Beetle, trying to give them that little bit of extra bonus health, and some Inferno to try and wipe them out. Kath is wiped on the high ground. Smashness falls, and Choppity have full control, and it's another a little bit one-sided, less one-sided than the previous one, but one-sided round as Choppity are going to take this in a 2-0.
Instant fix of some of the problems that we saw over on that first map of Hell's Heaven. And I don't want to sit here and say it's just the fact that they've got Tuzi on a duelist and they've got Crazy Kitty back on the Ultron, but that was a big sort of switch up. We know that they can play these characters, and it's not that Tuzi's Ultron is bad by any stretch, or that the Human Torch isn't good enough for Crazy Kitty. It's just you're giving LeBron the ball and you're putting these players on the characters that they are destined to be on.
Tuzi is up there with players like, if you look internationally, we saw it in the mid-season finals, even though they didn't make it into those grand final games. When you think of these incredible Phoenix players, you look at people like Terra from 100 Thieves, a player who, it doesn't really matter what else is going on. It feels like when you see them on these characters, like you said, it feels like destiny. They're so strong, and it feels like they're able to do so much work. 13 final hits, 22 KOs for Tuzi. You see that they were the one who was targeted on their team, along with Crazy Kitty, getting taken out 5 times and 6 times respectively, but the work was done.
Oh, definitely. I think as well, one thing to highlight for a hero and a player that I don't think really gets as much credit as they maybe should, Vertigo's Mantis. Yeah. They only went down and died once. And the thing about Mantis, especially with triple strategists now, is just they are like the enabler. They're the catalyst. It's I can't remember, it might be in level 1 Crook that said, like, they are the pedal. If you've got your Vanguards there, the steering wheel, the engine is Mantis, especially when that Soul Resurgence ult is ready. It's just so good at setting the pace. And that final fight, where we did eventually see Zero Tenacity take the point and then immediately got steamrolled, a lot of that is the back of just really good Mantis play. And if not enough focus is going onto that Mantis to take them out more than once, it's going to be a free day for Vertigo. He's that experienced and he's that good, and he kind of controlled the battlefield.
Keep an eye in these future games that will be coming up soon on these duelists. When you see these big reset plays on stuff like the Phoenix, when you see these Human Torches absolutely pop up, and just look how often you see those blue arrows rising up from them. That is Mantis coming into play, giving them that huge damage buff. Mantis really rising up in the Asia and China regions before the mid-season finals, has now moved in with mid-season finals, being picked up extremely often by basically every region now, especially with the new team up doing so much work as well. It's getting so much value, and there's still the option for Cloak and Dagger hiding in the back as well with that Terror Cape for the vulnerability. There's so many ways to increase your KO potential for your team.
It feels like this could be a series that actually goes all the way. Like it feels like the draft was so defining. I think with that one, we see Chopped having a bit more space to actually make some of their best players work on their best heroes. But there's still life in this one. It's 1-1 in this best of 5. Zero Tenacity have a chance to bounce back. But before we see that, I'm going to go for a 5-minute break. We'll see you in a few.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
One all is where we sit between Choppity and Zero Tenacity in our lower bracket finals. While Virtus Pro await for the winner, we still have more maps to cover. And we are sticking with Domination. Third time in a row, we are heading to Celestial Husk.
I mean, realistically, we could see what, 5 domination maps at this rate. I know that like Royal Palace isn't in the circuit yet, but since the addition of Celestial Husk, I'm like, well, we have Krakoa that we could still see. We're going to Celestial Husk now, so we get to see the new map in play. So it's 4 domination maps that we can get total at the moment.
Yeah, because without the throne room, I don't think there's one for Asgard. There's no Tokyo one, so yeah, I don't think so. I think we only have 4.
I mean, there'd be some teams that are just like domination just all the time. But and also that is a thing that like from Ignite where you have to change the game mode to Convergence or Convoy to just have the full payload map. Here you can just pick the same game mode over and over if you want. Yeah. So it does mean like honestly good practice. These are the game modes that are a little bit more free flowing. They're a little bit more up in the air and gambly, but it does really test players' coordination in more chaotic settings. You don't have to rely on set plays half as much because you're not fighting for specific areas of the map that is constantly adjusting, moving forwards and backwards. It just turns into like who's the more coordinated team, who has better mechanical moments to find space, and who's actually good enough to hold on to the point and keep a hold of it.
And we have seen exactly that from both teams. We saw Zero Tenacity look a little bit more coordinated, like you said, in Series number 1. And then in Series number 2, this was all about Choppity. Jean Grey, once again, will be allowed through as Choppity put the focus onto the Human Torch. And Zero Tenacity, they watched the games yesterday. They know that even though Jean Grey is a threat, so is Psylocke. It's all about preference here. Hulk finally is allowed. He's out of jail.
We haven't seen him protected, I don't think. It usually is a character that teams hope to try to get him through the draft and not be banned, but he's always like towards the end. So it's not only the fact that he was protected full stop, but protected first on the side of Zero Tenacity. But when you have a player like Lugia, he played the thing before, and that was when the Hulk was banned out. So now he wants to be on what, like his key character, I'd say.
There goes the once again Magneto taken out of play here. Then the more out of play, so we do see now Hulk without the big empowerment that we do have. Captain America to harass that backlines because no longer will he have to deal with gamma squids.
Yeah, don't have to worry about that team up. It's a good protect, actually, doing it that early for Zero Tenacity because it does force maybe Chopped had another idea on what they wanted to ban out in that middle slot. But they see the Hulk and they go, okay, no, we need to make sure that Namor isn't on the field. And it does provide a little bit more space for Mantis, which I think is one of the characters that, having a look at like the previous like drafts, like Wolverine was banned out 3rd, Loki was banned out 3rd, still involved in this draft, could be potentially banned out at the end from Chopped.
Emma going to be taken away. No Loki ban. It will be the Groot. Mantis still available. Groot and Loki still available. In terms of which one they think is a bigger threat, they decide that Groot is potentially the biggest obstacle. Loki's still allowed, but with Phoenix on the board, the potential to take out those clones is now a possibility. Winter Soldier, not played too often, but is still available. But they still now have damage boost option with the Loki now available. The question is, what do you copy in those triple strat lineups? Heading in, portal opening for DRP. Crazy Kitty prepared on the Wolverine to see if they can just get a quick isolation. No, they go for the defensive position here. Not even going for a quick pickup.
Trying to work out exactly where Zero Tenacity are trying to play from this point. And here again, it feels like a good pivot here for Chopped. Wanting to keep the Loki and the Luna out of the draft so they can just run the two strategists themselves. And it allows Crazy Kitty to move over towards the Wolverine and try and catch people out in the sky. Hulk was protected, not in play from either team. And Chopped wanted to try and take this progression early. It forces out a fight from Zero Tenacity. It pulls Lugia into a spot where he's not really got that much support from the strategists. He goes down.
Choppity pushing on through here, taking down Zero Tenacity, abandoning their own triple strategist like his say, to just maximize as many pickups as they can with this Wolverine. Doesn't matter how many times you heal, if we absolutely just take the person who can heal and put them on the ground within hit range. Look at the stagger here. Don't let him get away though, Mokamura, he flees.
He has got away. Oh, it really is just, you know, making sure that you keep him alive as long as possible, and then as soon as the rest of Zero Tenacity are ready to regroup, you take him down and just buy 5-10% more percentage onto the point. To leap in this aggressive facing play from DRP, he goes down low and needs to be careful that this end song is in play. The Inferno dropping down, but broken in time means that Tuzi can't quite get the damage in for Chopped. But it is more a case of forcing out utility from Zero Tenacity. They're having to fight into these chokes, not even able to fight on the point, so it's moving up freely for Choppity.
They are taking full control. That's the pickup. Wolverine is so good into Doctor Strange. A massive pickup. There is always the risk of accidentally delivering an Eye of Agamotto to your team, but if it's not available, it's massive pickup. Here comes the final judgment coming in from Smashed to try and melt through the strategist ultimate of Vertigo, but the sustain coming in from those lanterns. The regeneration domains of MASH means that they are able to just get the counter pickup, and Tuzi is once again popping off.
He's back on a character that we know he can do a lot of work on, and it's pretty much been a night and day difference for him in the end. It seems that Zero Tenacity are the ones that are sort of really struggling with what they're trying to throw down. Lugia has moved back over to the thing, and this makes sense. You've got that Wolverine that's doing so much damage for one, but also so good at pulling out individual players from Zero Tenacity into positions where they can't get help, splitting apart these strategists, and there's not enough help to go around. Lugia, however, isn't going to get pulled or pushed anywhere.
Smashers has also moved over to the Winter Soldier. They're committed to just hard counters here. Kraken impact with the Loki clones needs more reset, but in danger. The turnaround. They find Tuzi though, thanks to the thing with the first lockdown to prevent that mobility, to stop them escaping. And with Tuzi already down, Max is having to rely on that extra healing from the clone with the God of Mischief onto the Fate of both. While clobbering time comes on out, but in the meantime, Beetle and DRP are playing completely independently of their team. Eye of Agamotto onto the point as overtime ticks on down, and Choppity have control, but they're losing members. Freedom charge for the bonus health, but they're being melted. Beetle is holding on by the skin of their teeth right now, but they are still delaying, giving time for the team to make their way back in. And Zero Tenacity, they got to make sure that they stay on the point, or this overtime will get picked up. Headsong Inferno for the zone, and Choppity, they somehow are turning this round.
They just saw that there was not enough for Zero Tenacity to take on to the point. That freedom charge that came in from Beetle was clutch. So many of those other instances, you might see that ultimate come out and you go, you should have saved it. You're at 99%, just disengage, save that ultimate, go for one nice fight afterwards, and you've got it. But it's the fact that he did it enough that the Phoenix could get that Headsong Inferno up. And that's such a strong ultimate in those instances because it does a lot of damage if you land on enemies pretty much full stop. But it is going to force Zero Tenacity off the point. They start to get split, and there was no real time left on the wick. It was 99%. All those players start to run away from that ultimate. They're going to get off the point, and it's going to be Choppity 1-0.
They hold the point, they delayed as long as they could, and also they prevented Zero Tenacity from stacking up. Kraken Impact was used and they sustained. They couldn't afford to let Smashnez charge up again. If they had, then that reset could have turned into a held fight, which could have turned into a full 100-0 counter flip. It's all about winning as fast as possible to stop Zero Tenacity, who swapped quite late into the game, from really getting onto the board. So this time, they go with a very different strategy, taking a leaf out of the ex-Rad Now Team 1's book, and they bring out the Jeff with the Venom and Star-Lord.
You know, a bit more of a fight on the high ground at least, and Beetle threatening enough, trying to go in for the flank, keeping Zero Tenacity just unfocused on one particular target, and that's such a good dive onto Monk Butter. Even when you've got the soul share to just split up some of that damage, it wasn't really enough or available at all. He is able to come back just with that trait of the cocoon to instantly resurrect, but this fight seems like it's going pear-shaped for Zero Tenacity. Luckily, they have that fate of both worlds to keep themselves alive, but it's still finding picks through it, and it's DRP leading the charge.
And they're just getting absolutely belted here. Zero Tenacity, even though they have Soul Bond, they have Symbiotic Shenanigans, they have all of this healing output, but Choppity, they're taking grouped fights. They can see everyone playing together, and they're just using Strange, that Maelstrom of Madness. They're using Captain America to just run into the backline, Wolverine to isolate people. Tuzi loves it when people are grouped together with that Phoenix. Choppity are just finding the fights in the positions they want them.
There's so many ultimates, actually, that if you want to play grouped up together for Zero Tenacity, you're going to suffer for it. Last Stand for the Wolverine is another one that if he wants to get a spot, he's able to chain two together, and those two players go down pretty quickly.
Headstock Inferno to take out Jeff, so they do not get away with the rest of the team after what was a very nice ult, but just too few members left up. And once again, utilizing the team up, they actually stagger the thing. This is Choppity absolutely showing up. They have full control. They are able to keep Zero Tenacity zoned off the point once again. But Zero Tenacity, they have the one tool that they actually need to potentially turn this round in their favor again. With Headstock Inferno off the board, suddenly that Karmic Revival is going to be insanely valuable because they can no longer get rid of that bonus health from it.
It's going to be hard for them to actually go through, so it feels that the play for Choppity is to try and take out this Adam Warlock ahead of the curve if you possibly can. Smashde's moving over towards the Starlord means that aerial threat is a little bit more concerning. Looking to see if he can find the Loki, does exactly that even though he's undercover. And now this damage just seems to be more sustaining, and the Wolverine pulling out one of the tanks in space, doing extra damage, full on rage. It is just cutting a knife through cake, and it's looming ever closer for Choppity to be taking this one 2-0. It's at 90%.
Karmic Revival comes on out though. Winnie and Smashde's both brought back to continue this fight. Smashde's coming back again to continue this fight. Going Ducky also returns. Finding the footer will be removed off the board, and even with the full team res, Choppity, they just line them up and chop them down. They're holding the line. Reinforcements are not forthcoming, and Choppity take another 2-0.
I think what's been most impressive, right, is like there is that simple change. Maybe they were thrown off at the fact that every draft for Z10 has started with a Psylocke first ban, and they didn't really know how to adjust to it. But as soon as they're like, okay, we're just going to protect Jean Grey, because no matter what happens, if we want to play Ultron, Crazy Kitty can do that. You can put 2Z over on the Jean Grey, or you can put 2Z on something else, and Crazy Kitty can play the Jean Grey too. But it's the fact that like they've played triple strategists, they've played double strategists there with the Luna, Snow, and Loki. The rest of their comp can be quite good at changing up exactly how you're going to play fundamentally. But it says a lot that neither of the Vanguards on the side of Choppity died once. Those main sort of tanky characters survived the entire thing.
They had full sustain, they had full control. Crazy Kitty was allowing them to pick up. Beetle's in the backline. Beetle got 9 final hits. That's 1 less than Crazy Kitty and only 3 less than Tuzi. They were doing so much work in the backline that they just took full control of a lot of these fights. Let's have a look at some of these highlights to make our way in. Monk Buddha moving over to Adam Warlock to try and bring back in the res in that second game. They tried Ultron and the Ant in this case, but Choppity saying that, well, while triple strategist is like the go-to, it's not the be-all, end-all.
Not at all. It's really feels like it. No, it's not been the draft as such. I just feel like it's that main point of like Tuesday's able to have freedom, but it isn't just a sort of memey almost approach of like Crazy Kitty's just on Ultron all the time. It's not cheesy, it's not one-dimensional. You actually have a lot of movement with characters, even there with like DRP just playing Strange, and it wasn't just based around going for portal plays all the time. He played it really nicely, had some good engagements, and it's multifaceted with what Choppity is able to do here. Zero Tenacity thought that they had the answer going into this one. It feels that it's just that first map that they've had success with that strategy of going for Doozy.
Now the question is, can they replicate that though? Because they've still been banning out Psylocke, which is still showing that they're targeting Doozy. We'll have to find out. We're heading to our map number 4. Can Choppity close it out, or will Zero Tenacity bring it back and take us to a 5th map in this series? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
We're breaking the chains a little bit here, as we've seen 3 maps of domination so far between Choppity and Zero Tenacity. Now we are headed over towards Convergence, and we're headed to Central Park, which might be something, a way for Zero Tenacity to regain control in this series, because these last couple of domination maps have not gone their way.
Central Park, a map that is a little bit harder to constantly brawl on due to the fact that, like you said, not domination. But it is a map where we also don't see a lot of these massive spawn holes due to the wide area of escape and the lovely right angle that the main spawn door has. It's a little bit harder for, compared to, say, maps like Midtown, for teams to get these hefty round 1 holes. We'll have to see Structure Strange, for example, gets extremely valuable here, because reinforcing after you lose the first point can be the key between getting those first round pickups and getting pushed all the way to point number 3, as it's very rare that teams will get halted on point 2.
What do you think these first bans are going to be?
Well,
It pretty much been the standard, I think, for the last couple, right? It's Psylocke and then the Torch and then the Jean Grey Protect. It's the small pivot that Chopped have made that seems to have made all of the difference, because it doesn't really matter how the draft goes past this point. Even if we do see the likes of like Ultron targeted for Zero Tenacity, Crazy Kitty has shown that he can play other characters, go for other flyers, even sort of bringing out the Wolverine like we just saw. Zero Tenacity, I think they have to make an adjustment with this draft here.
But where do they choose to do so? Starting off with the EMEA Protect, giving themselves a little bit of crowd control in case that Wolverine comes in. While it's not a permanent CCMU character like the Thing, we're not expecting to see a Thing banned here. They also let the Hulk sneak its way through. Potentially not protecting it early might open up the possibility of that Namor once again appearing, as Choppity focus onto the Groot.
There's been a couple of instances too. I was just looking at the draft from the last one. Hulk was protected from Z10 and we didn't see it in play once.
But there was no Namor to go with it. So when you're looking at those dive vanguards, we see Captain America, we see Venom, and we even now are seeing the Thing get a little bit more priority here. While the shielding from the Hulk is so useful, without the Namor, it's seeing a little bit less play these days.
Yeah, for sure. I guess it's more of a case of, because you only have those 2 protects, being forced out in a draft where you use a protect early and then a ban instantly nullifies that choice to the point where you don't even pick up that hero, that feels like something that you need to avoid as much as possible. More so, especially when we get to Ignite, where the bans and protects are certain sided. Loki's even going to be protected here, a character that has actually been able to go for the draft somewhat consistently and freely. And Zero Tenacity banning out the Venom is interesting, considering that, like, DRP's had moments on it, but I wouldn't say that he's been running riot through it.
It is an interesting one. There goes that Hulk ban once again. It always seems to come in as an afterthought for Choppity, just to make sure that we do not see that Namor in play. But that Venom diving the backline can be a little bit disrupting, of course, when you're trying to focus on these hard defenses. The Loki opening up the possibility for these double strategist setups as opposed to hyper committing to the triple strategist, which Choppity may be looking to do that double strategist once again. Let's find out as we're heading to Central Park. Double Strategist is making an appearance for Choppity here, but instead of the Mantis, which has been so key, it will be the Adam, Warlock, and the Loki together with the Luna. With Luna getting banned out fairly often when you're seeing these Ultron and Mantis combos, Loki's not filling in because you lose a massive strategist ultimate in the form of that Fate of Both Worlds or an Eternal Bond as an example. In this case, they now have a little bit more protection for the Luna with that Light and Dark Karma, and also a big Fate of Both Worlds, or even if they're really saucy, Karmic Revival for Bash to copy.
Yeah, the Loki's on both sides, so the Lunas, there's going to be long fights, potentially, and Tuzi is getting a lot of damage in just from these left clicks, just chipping away damage and really forcing people to separate from each other. That regeneration domain that came in from Winnie needed, because you could start to see the people dropping down. It's a great pull to pull Tuzi out of position, but the barriers and then the shield, the bulwark protecting them, means that they can sort of sit in on the high ground, but they're not putting too much strain over onto Choppity just yet.
Buddha with a lovely snipe there onto Crazy Kitty up on the high ground and sending in those painted shots. Chase Voltage trying to set themselves a little bit of a setup here. Here comes the first clone with the God of Mischief coming in from back and Fate of Both Worlds. Winnie will match in turn. Time to step on, about halfway done for Zero Tenacity onto the point. Media M is the double by Crazy Kitty and Matt, leaving only the real Luna, so a Vertigo, who isn't going to be lasting much longer. Absolutely wiped, and I don't even know if they're going to have time for a portal re-engage. The Magneto trying to delay, ends on Inferno, buys a little bit more time, but that time ticks up. The Phoenix is chased down, portal from Crazy Kitty comes in, it's held just in time.
Even if it's buying a minute, 2 minutes, even if you win this fight, it's worth going for this engagement. You got the Fate of Both Worlds. It's going to make this testy waters going through the portal a little bit easier to bear. But now, where is this focus going from Choppity? They're together, they're succinct, but it seemed like they were trying to focus on no target in particular. They started to splinter off, but Zero Tenacity just enveloped them, take them apart piece by piece, and they start getting that payload moving.
Zero Tenacity, they're able to hold that push, and them using the double strategist on their own here. We're starting to see so far that both teams that have tried double strategists compared to triple strategists have actually got the momentum. That's like Choppity with the Winter Soldier of their own. They move over to that Loki and Luna themselves, removing the Adam Warlock as they start to set up multiple clones for Bash on the high ground. So, but that means they're giving up that whole first straight, that whole first push just to control the corner here.
I think with all of these, the poles coming in, the hooks from Winter Soldier, there's so many 90-degree angles that if you can pull them behind cover, you can't get any support down over to people as susceptible. It might be an easy pick and an easy elimination in hands. Big ultimates now in favor of Zero Tenacity, some ones that can make a stamp down with the Ensong Inferno and then the Meteor M. Unfortunately, however, Lugia goes down just as they were getting relatively close to that Sonic Seduction. Losing out one of your Vanguards like that means that they have to give up quite a lot of space just as they were starting to build up a bit of pressure.
Starting to make their way forward. Smash on a flag here with Ensong Inferno. Looking to potentially go into the backline. We already just heard a God of Mischief being set up. Not activating the second ultimate as of yet. Big pressure onto the backline, trying to take out some of those Loki clones, remove the possibility of that regeneration domain. Massive delay on winning for that God of Mischief into Fate of Both Worlds. Ensong Inferno into the backline as Lugia, Diamond Form, heading up, catches Magneto, locks them down with the carbon crush as Meteor M on the other side for Ducky with Ensong combo. Sniping Bash off the point, Beetle falls, and it is a full team wipe for Zero Tenacity.
Ducky has got so much value from these Meteor M's. It made me think back to the first point, actually, where he was able to get 2 picks on 2 strategists, and that felt like a moment to certainly watch back in the VOD, right? It's just so many moments where he's able to get the catch on the perfect player, and it means that there's not even a chance for Chop to contest that second checkpoint in the slightest. It goes for free. There's over 3 minutes on the clock for Zero Tenacity to finish up this map, and Chop have taken some space back, but it feels a little bit scary, right? When you look at some of the stuff that Zero Tenacity have, that's a big stun that came in. It actually takes up both Smash Des and Monk Mutter.
But Choppity, they are locked in here. Like you said, getting those big pickups. They now have full control. They have zoned everyone off of the point, and they now have that cart trapped through these very narrow entry doors that they can now try to hold and defend. This is actually a really nice position to be in, as long as they can just keep that control and keep the pressure on both of those doors. There's a Psychic Spear coming in for a little bit of extra damage. This is now all about Choppity setting themselves up and just trying to punish those who step through the door, but here comes the Silent Seduction on the flank.
Yeah, trying to go from a different angle. A Kraken's Impact is going to be used. There is that response from the Fate of Both Worlds if needed from CAF, but they have just sat on it. That Kraken's Impact found nothing other than that first hit because of the picks that came in. Zero Tenacity are really finding so much momentum on this map, and any chance for Choppity to really stem the bleeding hasn't worked in their favor. Silent Seduction is going to help, but his Meteor M, it needs to be big from DRP to find value, and he finds two. That's major.
DRP is putting in the work right now, trying to chase down onto Smashness, who's in full retreat, takes the 1v1 with the help of that Iron Bulwark. Makes their way in, but immediately, even though they're down a member, they're committing to this fight God of Mischief into the Fate of Both Worlds from Zero Tenacity. They're going to try and commit to this Smashness. One of the faster characters can reinforce quickly here as Choppity, they're holding onto their ultras, delaying as long as they can. They've got to be careful of Mukmuna though.
Up on the staircase, there's a little bit of high ground for Chops. It's going to give them a slight advantage, but not if Mukmuna keeps finding picks like that. A great headshot over on Crazy Kitty means that they're a player down. It forces out maybe a premature Fate of Both Worlds, and the focus is there every single time. That combination of the end song and the Meteor M, just focusing down these targets. Ducky is free for free, I think, with these Meteor M's in the major engagements, and now Crazy Kitty has to come back in with a Kraken's Impact, leaping in to just stop things from going. He gets a reset at the very least off of the ultimate, but no picks. Everybody from Zero Tenacity is still alive and kicking.
Kitty goes down, pushing on in. Here comes the Fate of Both Worlds from Zero Tenacity, using the God of Mischief. Meteor M for the counter! It's another double! And DRP is putting the team on their back right now to try and hold this. Tuzi pops off, but with a minute to go, there is still a chance for Zero Tenacity to respawn and re-engage here. They've set themselves up nicely. Beetle, though, has Silent Seduction. That's the only ultimate currently available. While there are a couple around the corner, if they can activate this from the first engage, they might be able to buy enough time on these stairs.
It was just shy of 4 minutes that Zero Tenacity had to push to the end of the map, and most of it has gone, all thanks to some major moments from that Tuzi DRP combination, but they haven't got that ultimate combo to rely on this time. Meanwhile, I see Smashness is good to go. Ducky's halfway to having another one. If it can swing things in favor, it'll be nice. But now they're just trying to go for a bit of a different route to see if they can pull Choppity into a more uncomfortable spot. With 15 seconds left, Etcher, this fight has to happen now, and Choppity is making it happen now.
Here comes that Silent Seduction from Beetle and Lugia. Both dropped at the exact same time. Tuzi forced to back away with the flight, but seeing a massive group of enemies with the help of those Loki clones. Cap with a real Fate of Both Worlds as Winnie is not charged up. Ducky almost ready. Ducky and Smashness have been joined at the hip for all of these engagements. If they can land, it could be huge, but Tuzi is uncontested right now. Untouched. Headsong. Meteor for the blow off. They get mashed, removing another big heal off the board.
Kraken's Impact brought in as well, so that's 3 big slam downs onto the ground. But DRP's got that combo, he's ready with Tuzi, but how do you coordinate it with so much going on? They're looking for it now, and the Fate of Both Worlds is the prime target. DRP has found the combination to keep things in place for Chopped. It's all blue in the elimination feed. And Chop, they hold on right at the end of the map, but when it was 4 minutes on the clock to hold, I think you take that.
That was an incredible hold, like you say. You're preventing almost the entire possibility of an overtime here, of that extra rounds. Well, it is technically possible for teams to push the exact same distance that is actually in the programming of this game. You've essentially, realistically, removed the possibility by holding before that full triple cap. So Choppity have put themselves in the best position possible to try and close out this series after what was a beautiful first couple points push for Zero Tenacity. DRP, though, we gotta shout them out for that first round. If they had not landed some of those Meteor M's, that would have been a completely different game.
I mean, both Magnetos, I think, found some really nice ultimates in the end. It makes them look better, though, when you do have other ultimates thrown on top of it to just make sure that you get past those, like, healing breakpoints. It's just, yeah, like, Fate of Both Worlds, it heals for a lot per second. So having two ultimates to just instantly do damage, doesn't matter how much you heal per second if your health is taken from 100 to 0 because of these ultimates, including Kraken's Impact, stacked on top of each other. But it's the fact of, like, it's a coordination challenge, for one, to nail it perfectly, and it's dedicating 2, maybe even 3 ultimates for that play to work. So the fact that it happened consistently, Tetra, for both sides, shows just how good these teams are.
Really is, and that's a big shout out, especially for Choppity, because they are the newer team. Zero Tenacity have almost all been playing together regularly up until fairly recently, whereas Choppity, they are a little bit more mixed up. Well, they have 3 players from PEP, the rest are from different rosters coming all into this final setup. Wolverine makes an appearance, Crazy Kitty moving off of that. Winter Soldier decides it's time for a little bit of disruption.
I think one of the things that Crazy Kid was doing well there, now he's pretty low HP, able to survive, was he didn't give away that he was on the Wolverine until as late as possible, just hiding into these corners, seeing if he could go for a leap and catch Zero Tenacity by surprise. But the call came in. I like this move, but that's a stun that came in onto 4 players from Choppity. Everybody was just paused, stun locked for a time being, and the eliminations now, Z10 on this defense, winning up the fight cleanly enough that Choppity have to run back with their tails between their legs.
Setting themselves up for the defensive position. Once again, they're not going to push up too far. Despite taking those fights, there's no reason to chase into your opponent's spawn on this map. We've already mentioned how difficult it is to actually hold on such a rough location. They're just going to hold these high grounds, look for opportunities to dive on in, especially with so many of these ultimates about to charge up for Zero Tenacity. But it's going to be Choppity who will pull the trigger first. The smash immediately goes in with that God of Mischief, setting up for the Fate of Both Worlds as they commit and push on it.
Has to go now. Even Smash using that God of Mischief quite early, going for the Lunar Snow, and then leaving it as late as possible to use that Fate of Both Worlds to just get the most effective healing for as long period of time as you possibly can. But it's not enough. Monk Butter has found the perfect pick onto 2UC, so a lot of that firepower, quite literally, diminished, set aflame. The Choppity now still unable to take this first point. It's looking like Z10 have such a hold on this, and they also have the Fate of Both Worlds to sit back on that they don't have a need to use just now.
What a pickup for Ducky there, finding Loki just as they were moved out of the Fate of Both Worlds. They committed to the instant dive, set them up perfectly. Meteor M, Headsong Inferno, and it's a one-shot. It's like clockwork, Ryan, as they are trying to hold the point, trying to push on in. Zero Tenacity are starting to lose the numbers, though. Crazy Kitty, reset 2, looking for 3 to push in even further. Won't get the reset and will fall, as once again, it's delay tactic. Zero Tenacity are swapping over to the portal.
They make it look so easy with these combinations, but finally Choppity getting something moving. They still have to take that point. 3 minutes has already pretty much been wiped off of this time bank for them to be able to go on and match this attacking side. Zero Tenacity, this first point hold has been great, and it just keeps on giving. Psionic Seduction used from Beetle, but yet again, Z10 are so well positioned on this high ground and so split up. There's no follow through.
For a 2-point cap back, going with the God of Mischief, so another Fate of Both Worlds will come in. Choppity are looking significantly more healthy than Zero Tenacity right now, especially with Winnie getting taken down. They were just a second away from their own Fate of Both Worlds, thanks to that God of Mischief. A little bit of a knockback with Crazy Kitty, but they still find the pickup, and Choppity, almost making it look a little bit pedestrian, are able to take that rebound fight and take control of point 1.
Now for Z10, this is where some teams could really make egregious errors on both sides. Now, the Choppity are trying to scale up and take as much space as they possibly can, especially the bits of high ground that loom over this main 90-degree angle. Zero Tenacity, they want to try and engage as fast as possible, force out as many fights and put this payload back a step if they possibly can. Finding a pick like that is a great way to go, and there's nothing for Choppity to rely on. There's no break glass in case of emergency ultimate in hand. Crazy Kitty maybe had something to work with, but he's the first one to get eliminated.
Look at how different these two teams are playing. You say Crazy Kitty got taken down so quickly, but that's because Zero Tenacity, unlike what Choppity did, choose to actually fight on this first stretch. Whereas Choppity, they actually chose to fight round the corner on the ramp leading up towards Dracula's castle. Zero Tenacity choosing a much more aggressive defensive style, and as such, they're burning through that clock. 4 minutes is what was available on the other side. In this case, only 2 minutes remaining for Choppity right now, and they're stuck at their own door.
We never really saw a fight, I think, for from Choppity on their defense on the second point, even right at the end of the checkpoint where some of these fights do stall out. Here, I haven't seen many teams be able to hold in such an aggressive spot for Zero Tenacity, all off the back of a very early pick. I think it was an out-of-position mash that has pretty much sealed it, I think, here for Choppity. There's so little time to work with, and Zero Tenacity, even if they all just drop down now instantly and get sent back to spawn, they are at least given another fight, maybe even 2, before Choppity can push to the second checkpoint.
Regeneration Domain, Fate of Both Worlds, now available from the God of Mischief. Winnie gonna buy some time, but of course on the pre-pack version. Exxon Inferno, Meteor M, see you later. Winnie absolutely targeted down here. But the counter, second Fate of Both Worlds from half to buy them that extra time. Meteor M, Exxon Inferno is exactly mirrored. No pickup this time though, they actually delay it, allowing Monk Mudder the reset begin to come in from the Kraken. In fact, looking for the second hit, but the Fate of Both Worlds is sending them a bit too far. Forced to pull back, I am full one for the delay up to the high ground side of seduction. Lugi is picked off, will not get it for any significant duration here, as Tuzi is just trying to zone out Smash This, who does control the high ground.
This is where I think that the Meteor M and the Ensong combo really starts to come into its own, when it's just more of a stalled out brawl. So much sustain keeps these scrappy fights going, and it's so much ult charge to work with. But I'm still looking at the clock, and Choppity don't have that much to work with. It might have to be an overtime push all the way to the end of the second checkpoint. And Zero Tenacity, it just doesn't look like they have enough players that are going down that they should be concerned. They're playing right onto the payload, to the point that Chopped have to leap onto it into pretty untested waters to make sure that they can continue.
Fate of Worlds coming on in for the extra stage, but look at the charges here. Smash there, sends some Inferno, Ducky 88%, 91%, 93. It could be a one-shot directly on the point here. We are not that close for Choppity. Ensong, Meteor gonna be held for the last possible second for the blow-up. They don't even use it, dropping it right at the end for anyone who counter reinforces here, but it's literally just bodies running at the point here. It's delaying the inevitable. Zero Tenacity are the antithesis of what they show here, despite being one game away from being sent home. They hold the point and will send us to a map number 5.
It's just that first point on attack for Z10, and the second point pretty much being uncontested all the way to thirds did them a service. But that one pick that came in on that defense, just as Choppity were trying to set up after they take point 1, which still took a while, it all just fell out there. House of Cards falls to pieces from one pick. It wasn't even a fight loss, it was just an elimination in a key area. So now it means that it's on as even, a full best of 5 to be played, and to be expected and to be wanted, I think, right? Either one of these teams is going to be in the grand final against Virtus Pro. I'm not expecting it to be as close as this, for sure, but it shows just how close the other teams in EMEA are to one another, and with that Ignite around the corner, yeah, that you're playing for that kind of stuff, and you want to make sure that you can push yourself as far as you possibly can.
Yeah, with these new rosters as well. Of course, we did mention the fact that Zero Tenacity, they have changed a couple of their players too. Kath is from Blood Karyudo, and Makamura is from Yoinkanda from Ignite last season. But the fact is, they're still the team that came 4th in Ignite, and this new team, Choppity, is taking it to them. There is so much competition in this stage 2, and all of these teams are getting to show their stuff in this MRC to warm up and prepare for that new stage.
It's also, we saw so many good moments to highlight. I think most of the highlights are going to just be these combinations with the ultimates, but there is a bit of a downside, I think, too, which is what Choppity suffered from a little bit on that second point, where when it's a fight that's consistently happening, you can get those ultimates out quite frequently. But when Choppity lost a lot of that momentum and they're trying to posture to take in good engagement and farm some of these ultimates on the second point, if you aren't in those fights, you have to wait so long to get those ultimates into play, because you have to get 2, maybe 3 ultimates ready, and you're not just able to do consistent damage, be healed up and sustain through it. you just have to wait longer to have something to go off of. And now it's going to be a different type of map that we've seen so far. Like Domination has been all the way through. Convergence we just saw. It's going to be that again. But we're going to give you a little bit more information a little bit later, because we're going to go for a 5-minute break. And when we come back, it's going to be round number 5 of this best of 5. We'll see who's going to be making a grand final a little later on today. See you in a few.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New day smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time.
we are heading to Symbiotic Surface for our 5th map in this best of 5 series. Winner moves on to play against Virtus Pro. Could it be Zero Tenacity, a team that has actually played against Virtus Pro in a previous MRC final? They've got the history together, or will it be, while the players are experienced, the newcomer in terms of team in the form of Choppity?
It's what you want to see, I think. It's like the old versus the new, forward into the funeral almost, I think. Because you have like this Choppity team that has come out in force, really good results in third-party tournaments. And then the Zero Tenacity team that we don't know if this is their swan song, right? It's an org that we've seen a little bit. This team has mostly stayed the same from Ignite, but the organization of Z10 is taking a step back for the time being. We don't know what's going to happen to the slot, whether it's going to be the players that keep it, whether these players will decide to play with each other for Ignite. I hope so, because regardless of whether they end up in the grand final against Virtus Pro after this game or not, this is a statement on how good this team could be, and that Ignite doing damage there is still a possibility.
It absolutely is. There's so much potential for these teams as we're heading in. Johnny taken away, Phoenix protected. This is looking pretty familiar, Ryan, as these teams are just getting a pretty familiar drafting style, getting rid of the main 2Z duelists, it seems, but still leaving Phoenix up.
One thing I wanted to say about the draft that I didn't have the chance to last time is I thought it was a clever draft from Choppity because they targeted the Vanguards in such a way that now if the Emma Frost is protected, you don't usually need to go and protect Magneto. He's got to a point now where he's typically left. Going for the Venom is interesting. It's a great character on this map and obviously very on theme because we're on Clintar. But what I was going to say before is it essentially forces Zero Tenacity to just be on Emma Frost and Magneto. That team up is just too strong. And when the likes of Cap and Groot are taken out, and Hulk as well being taken out right in from Choppity, it means that you kind of are forced onto that duo. It honestly surprised me that like Ducky and Lugia played so well on those characters when they're known for different Vanguards other than the deadly duo that is Emma Frost and Magneto. And Magneto's taken out, so it has to be different.
That was a bit too much. The first time in a bit that we've seen Magneto and Phoenix actually getting consistently played. It will finally be taken away to prevent that team-up combo. We also have the other big one-shot combo in the form of, with Venom in play, the Dance of the Butterflies from Psylocke and the Feast of the Abyss also getting removed. So, how are these teams going to play it? Let's find out as we head to Clintar. Ryan, Symbiotic Surface is long, really long, and as such, Choppity are starting off on the Black Widow here, potentially carrying up a little bit of pressure, force everyone to back up, or even just go for a one-shot through a portal here as they're going all the way to the back.
Well, the last time we saw like a portal player with a big gun, it was the turret, and it was the wrong way around in Ignite. So here, trying to look for a cheap ploy to get in onto this first point quickly, but it hasn't quite come to measure. Triple strategist for Choppity is what they wanted to be going for. DRP is going to be on the Venom, and pretty much in DRP fashion, not necessarily his fault. Leaping in, taking a lot of damage, has to use the symbiotic resistance prematurely, perhaps, to stay alive. He's doing okay, and it's enough focus onto him that allows some space for 2Z to take out a Vanguard on the other side.
2Z's on Phoenix and is already getting the first pickups of the game. Absolutely brutal. Vertigo helping out here. Smashdez went for a Starlord. They were hoping to take a bit more of a dueling fight as opposed to a brawling fight. And in this case, it does not work out in their favor. They try to sneak in the back of the portal, let Venom distract. And, well, Zero Tenacity are wiped off the board here. Choppity, with that portal in play, working out in their favor. It just took a little bit longer than they might have expected.
There's enough of an adjustment in the right areas, fast enough, I suppose. Zero to Nasty, ooh, they need to be careful here. It's similar to what we saw over on Central Park of just an initial base race almost of both these teams trying to reclaim some of this space back and contesting up as high of a line that you can manage on both sides. You said that this map is long, but these teams are very pacey with how they move front to back. We're going to see them go from pretty much the checkpoint all the way back to the attacker's spawn in these very fast sweeping motions. But right now, both these teams playing a more neutral game up until a pick comes through, and there goes Smashnez.
That is the first time I have seen a Phoenix Endsong Inferno attempt to snipe someone mid-air. Did not land, but Tuzi is able to pick up that final hit onto Smashnez. In the end, the fate of both worlds is going to be coming out. Beetle with the Psionic Seduction, trying to lock people in play, but Ducky escapes beneath the ground. Everyone else is in the dance party, and as such, Zero Tenacity, they are just starting to get picked off because they've used all these defensive abilities already.
In the games that we've seen on Symbiotic Surface, it has, like I said, been very backwards and forwards. So seeing these like stalled out fights is more surprising, and it just seems to be suiting Choppity, especially when you got DRP that is allowed to be incredibly mobile. And if we do see Zero Tenacity overstepping the marks, it means that the likes of Winnie and even Monk Mudder on the Ultron is going to be a little bit more exposed, and that dive can come in nicely. The stall is pretty much right at the end here for Zero Tenacity. Choppity has got the pressure up, and the end song is about to slam on down. The pick didn't come through for him, however. It was Beetle on this Emma Frost, able to chain together two, and there's nobody in place for Zero Tenacity to stop this. 5 minutes on the clock, Tetcher. This is a speed run for Choppity.
They're just rolling this. They're charging through onto the underground section here, and they have yet to really be contested at all. They're just smashing through everything Zero Tenacity have. Zero Tenacity, they've got that Venom Phoenix combo to try and one-shot people. They've got the damage boost from the Mantis to try and potentially allow the Ultron to get some big pickups earlier. But they finally moved over to the Phoenix to try and defend this because Choppity, Tuzi, is just getting so much value. Great invasion, by the way, escaping the range of Ultron.
Snipes down, Monk Mutter. It means that this defense has found a perfect fight, right? When you're able to get that first elimination and just bookend it with pretty much a team wipe outside of DRP swinging himself to safety, it means that you can maybe set up a little bit more and take back a little bit of the space. You have to sort of hold a more deeper line, but it seems that Lugia wanted to try and play a little bit further up, wants to play something a bit more safe because DRP is looking to try and split them through. Look at all of that focus, the CC that comes in too as well with the grab. There's nothing that he could do, and immediately a reset required.
And this is immediately Zero Tenacity retaking control. They chase them all the way back to spawn. If they can get Beetle, they get the stagger. Beetle will get away. They're now going to be healed up. Vertigo will fall, though. There's not a huge advantage here for the fact that Beetle was able to get away. They can just now go into spawn because everyone on Choppity has ultimate. Normally, you might say getting away here is such a huge advantage because someone like the Mantis, or in this case, the Lunar Snow, might have been able to heal up Beetle and get that ultimate charge. Doesn't matter in this case, everyone's already ready. The question is, when are they pulling the trigger? Here comes Crazy Kitty with the first, with the range of Ultron to create the opening counter with the Soul Rejuvenation, with the counter Monk Mudder. It's all the ultimates in succession trying to be set up as Beetle is unable to find anyone thanks to that Mind's Aegis.
That's a hard place to do a silent seduction, though. You essentially bottleneck yourself, and it's easy for Zero Tenacity to just find terrain to look after themselves in. Grabs are going to be key, forcing out some of these bigger cooldowns from Venom, and it means that he can't be on the offensive. He has to be out of dodge, use some of those mobility elements to keep himself safe. And Ducky, he's allowed to just fight on this objective. The Feast of the Abyss able to grab onto two. And it feels like it's Zero Tenacity regaining in a hold. It was 5 minutes on the board pretty much as that checkpoint was hit. Half of that time is gone.
They have Zero Tenacity retaken full control here. Like you say, they've burned through all of that extra time Choppity have, and now we're essentially just in a standard round. All the ultimates were utilized by Choppity. This is exactly the ideal situation for Zero Tenacity, who still happen to have a Psionic Seduction, burning it early, trying to find everyone, but lovely wraparounds to invade will not get everyone away from this. It is going to be the pickup onto Matt Vertigo falls as well, but they lose Smash. There's meaning Tuzi can try and land these shots, but they're so outnumbered here.
Fight back. hold the line, and for Zero Tenacity, what makes it better is that you have 2 of these strategist ultimates to just sit and bank on now. I feel like we're getting back to that first map a little bit, Texture, where the ability to get picks is starting to really fall apart for Choppity. Never mind getting enough picks to get this payload moving again. It's sat in such a perfect position for the defenders to hold. That's a great start. Crazy Kitty able to get a pick onto the counterpart Ultron, but where's the follow? Can you get much more? Vertigo can, even through the Soul Resurgence. Smashless gets taken out. This is the advantage that Choppity need if they want to push the rest of this map.
But there it is, suddenly, with that Ultron gone, playing a little bit too ambitiously, a little bit too far forward. Winnie is forced to use their defensive ultimate just to make sure that they don't get pushed in. Second, that expires. Zero Tenacity lose 2 members, and Choppity, with that 1 pickup, have been able to completely shift the momentum. They now have the higher positions, so they can take these fights a little bit better with Tuesday on the flank, and they have already set themselves up to put pressure onto that choke point out of the spawn.
They have the momentum and they have the ult economy, but fate of both worlds from Cath. Nick of time, really. It seems that these are the picks that are really finding the opening. If you can catch up the Ultron, that's enough of a catalyst to make things happen. And you've got the Feast of the Abyss and the Endsong Inferno not thrown onto the same target, on different ones and able to take it out and make it clean. 20 seconds left. Choppity have to switch over to the Strange to portal play this. Beetle's going for it, but they're going to be without the Venom. He's been held all the way back. He's going to be a little bit late to this one.
They're trying to rush back in for the defense. They've got everyone in position. Choppity, Portal for one last hold side introduction to try to hold them in place. The second photo has to be used to stop themselves getting stunned out here. Sent down to the low ground. Crazy Kitty is finding targets with Mokamura falling company. They have a lot of bodies on this point, and suddenly Lugia is getting zoned away from their strategist. Null's Essence begins to move. Smashness, the Mind's Aegis Venom with the dive, delaying as best as they can. With that Sonic resilience, it's all about delays right now, but Tuzi is fighting anyone on the flank, anyone who could possibly reinforce, and is zoning them away. The cart moves in, and that is a triple cap.
With 5 minutes to 0, but I think finishing out the map is pretty much 1 foot in the door for a grand final, I think. We have seen some insane overtime pushes on this map from like Ignite, even maps being finished out twice from the likes of Insomnia, just in OT alone. But here, I feel with how even these teams have been, unless there's some real big issues with Zero Tenacity taking fights that they shouldn't or just being caught out of position, which has happened a lot less on these last couple of maps, to be honest. Choppity have their work cut out for them to try to do something similar, right? To match up on that attack side themselves.
Let's see how it works out as we begin to set for the team splits. Zero Tenacity. Will they attempt a similar portal engage like Choppity did when they were on attack? What a lovely field that we are looking at as we are getting ready to head on into round.
It feels like some like GeoGuessr. I think this one's a little bit too easy though.
Oh, even that one.
Oh, there you go. There's another one.
We're heading on in. We are seeing a Doctor Strange, but it's on defense here. Beetle. Are we looking for a spawn trap? Because they can very quickly move back over to someone like a Venom and try and just reinforce, get back to their team for the defensive point. Question is Zero Tenacity going to fall for it? It happens so rarely these days that it's hard to prepare for.
I think we've seen a lot more, mostly on domination, but we have seen a lot more like just Strange playing on the defense to go for almost a fear at back play. There he goes. Ducky is straight off. Buy some time, but it means that an actual like portal play, if Choppity lose members and want to go for a re-engage, it's not going to be present. Beetle's staying on the Strange too. 28% ult charge. Ayabagamoto might be ready very, very soon.
Yeah, you might as well. If you don't get anyone, you might be worth running back and swapping. But if you get that pickup, get that charge, then yeah, you might as well stay. See if you can get a little bit of a delay here. You're not going to need to swap to it to bring your team back for Portal, because Portal's on cooldown.
I don't know whether it's a case as well where it's like if they go down from fall damage and they're a tank because of the amount of health that they have, you get more ult charge for it. Which means that if you caught Ducky, then yeah, that's a good chunk of change to be working for. And it means that the ult charge for Choppity on this defense is actually really nice. Even better now that Smashless goes down. Nobody's really pulling away too much, but you have got that Soul Resurgence moving up nicely for Vertigo, Rage of Ultron for Crazy Kitty, pretty much at the point. Tuzi might be the first one to actually get that ultimate online. I don't think you're going to need it. It's that the strategists have everything set up that Zero Tenacity is sort of fighting an uphill fight themselves.
They slow down, they wait for the regroup, they've got that imperative patch onto Ducky to keep them healed up. The men from Ultron diving on in, Rage of Ultron once again mirrored through the teams, and Cap is so alone. Absolutely picked off there as the point will be defended once again. Choppity, they've got this locked down here. Zero Fantastic just cannot get the momentum.
We've seen a lot of like really good setups with how defensive teams have played. Certainly with Triple Strategists, Virtus Pro, we'll see them a little bit later, but they had some really good positioning with how the strategists are playing. That when offensive ultimates like this Soul Resurgence come out, there's a play in mind. You can see all of these little crossfires. Everybody's pretty much in line of sight of each other. Maybe not the Emma Frosto that's gone in a little bit too deep, and I think Tuzi went in to try and support them, goes down, and look how fast pacey Ducky is jumping into the backline to try to get things going.
Trying to get onto the point, it's some Inferno to dive, like you say, into that backline, and it's a triple! Beautifully done by Smash Fez! And Zero to Nasty, we said they can't find the opening. Well, there it is. Beadle can't pull on the back, he used it earlier. That is point number one, and the dive to stop the reinforcement. Chef's kiss, Zero to Nasty, executing to perfection.
Oh yeah, Choppity needs to be careful here because they have forward spawns. Sure, they might be able to try and re-engage here, but it's more a case of they get kind of stuck in no man's land, and Zero Tenacity were trying to cut off those supply lines further. Getting a pick means that, honestly, Zero Tenacity have to give up a lot of space that they really would have preferred to be fighting for off the rip. And then this pick pace up. Monk Mutter, the Rage of Ultron, the time is exceptional. It finds another pick, and Choppity have to try and match it with their own. It's not an ideal situation for Crazy Kitty to be using it, but it's necessary, otherwise this second point could be over very quickly.
Pulling back to the defensive position, making sure everyone's topped up. A little bit of health being lost there for Lugia, so the imperative, the drone has to be moved on there for a little bit of extra healing. It's Separo Ray poking it onto Crazy Kitty. Silent Seduction from below, up the stairs, trying to catch him. Does catch the Venom, but a sustain is still completely used here. Beetle's been holding on to this Eye of Agamotto for so long. The pressure is just hovering.
Got a high ground fight, and this is where things start to go into the neutral again. But the Eye of Agamotto connecting onto 4. I think Ducky does get the E off just beforehand to give himself enough health to survive what was coming. But unfortunately, his counterpart, Beetle, is going to go down onto the other side. The Rage of Ultrons for Monk Mudder. We said consistently throughout this weekend that Crazy Kitty's had some amazing timings on the Ultron ults, but I think Monk Mutter's had 2 of the most perfect ones in quick succession here on this final map.
Full re-engage to make sure they can try and contest this, buy some extra time. And some Inferno from above, big chunk of damage, but not enough for a finishing blow. This is all in right now, and it is working out. Zero Snappy forced off the point with 2 minutes to go. And the portal re-engage, helping out Choppity, keeping control, and they held on to quite a few ultimates from that.
Yeah, Beetle sort of been on the Strange. Obviously, the portal play is one of the key things, but he's been playing it for a lot of the other stuff that he could do. Sort of the 4-player stun with the Eye of Agamotto just beforehand, even a movement to just get up into a position that he catches Zero Tenacity in surprising fashion. Crazy Kitty, seeing if he could sort of get the right kind of fight and engagement here. It's just under 2 minutes on the clock, and I think he's going to take the fact that this Fate of Both Worlds is going to be used. The problem, however, is just that riposte. Monk Mutter catches him out, and now Fate of Both Worlds has to be required from Zero Tenacity. They went for the aggressive move, and they got punished for it.
And some Inferno was utilized as well by Smash Test. It was popped before it could activate, meaning that there's no extra burst damage to burst through that bonus health, whereas Tuzi is almost charged up for themselves. Choppity, they've met everything Zero Tenacity throwing them in this second to last minute play, and they have responded with aggression, and they are bursting through and will continue to hold. 1 minute remains.
Oh, it's on a dime, it feels like. But you're Zero Tenacity, you're starting to get concerned. Not only do you have to finish the second checkpoint, but you have to finish the map, and the full time bank that you have available to you is pretty much diminished down to 3 minutes at most. You have to do some pushing elements in OT no matter what. Because again, Choppity giving him a taste of their own medicine from Central Park. It's such an aggressive forward hold. Rage of Ultron is used from a fair distance away from Monk Mudder, but it does combo with the damage that Smash Des has been able to put out onto this Phoenix. It's a nice dash away to avoid some of that damage, and he's pulling some of the attention away. He even wins the 1v1 against Tuzi.
The Monkmula distraction onto Tuzi, and then the 1v1. Tuzi is just being juggled here, it seems.
To the
And
wall.
Zero Tenacity take control. Regeneration Domain buys the extra time. Regeneration Domain is expiring, though, which means there's no protection for DRP. Here comes the Rage of Ultron from Crazy Kitty with the Ends of Inferno. Tuzi tries to buy the extra time. Smash this, though, sets that up beautifully, and they burst through Choppity. They're pushing in for the last couple meters. Reinforcement to buy time. Is there another portal? Is it off cooldown? But it won't reach in time, even if there is.
He's actually moved over towards the Emma Frost. 50% on ult charge because he had the Eye of Agamotto ready. Look how quickly this dive is coming in to try to fight for this space. Just scouting out to see what exactly they can take. And look at the flank on the left-hand side. I can see at least the Jean Grey that's moved over. And I think he's drawn by Lugia, who does have the Silent Seduction. They've spotted them, but are they going to be aware that this ultimate comes through? It might not even matter because Winnie just gets deleted.
Taken out so quickly, the Rage of Ultron. Also sniping Monkmula as they try to put some pressure into that tight-knit area and make sure the rest of their team can escape. It's another stagger and forcing Zero Tenacity to regroup close to the spawn door as opposed to close to the ribcage entrance here.
It's end-to-end stuff. But the fact that the payload is stuck under this little mound, so much of the time was bought from Zero Tenacity on the defense here. Now they have to get past on their attack. But DRP's just out in all and he's lonesome, too far forward, no way to swing his way out and no strategist to help. Means that one of the vanguards is going to be down. Now it's really a question of Choppity having to hold on as much as they possibly can. Soul Resurgence is going to be used. They have a lot of ultimates to actually rely on in this one. And we see the end song used from Smash that's finding Zilch.
Once again, going to be focused down. Monkmula, Lugia, both falling. Smashness and Choppity with seconds to go. They pull the trigger at the perfect time. Overtime will be activated as Ducky. Caught mid-air is going to be shut down. Monkmula's trying to get the portal, but will it reach in time? Portal, dive! It's being held with the Soul Rejuvenation, but a little bit of extra time. Tuzi, Endsong Inferno to burst through anyone left defending on this point. But with one down, Vertigo falls. Ducky respawns. Comes back in, and they have Beast from the Abyss to buy these extra couple seconds. Choppity, they're running out of tools. They both well smash this though. The main damage dealer is taken down, and they've got Monkmula on a third Vanguard. It's all sustained right now. It's a slither of health, but the zoning is too good. Tuzi's in the fight. Winnie takes it though, meaning that the main damage for Choppity is also gone. Lockdown from Lugia to buy the extra second to take out the Venom, to try and repel Choppity, to keep this car moving. Venom with the dive caught, zoned and burst. This push will continue.
It's overtime. It's pretty much one split second of Zero Tenacity jumping off of the payload and it's over. And only now they've been able to get some meaningful progression on the point. It was moving forward inch by inch for a second. But now Choppity, they're not trying to strain themselves too much. They want to reset. They have enough ultimates to work with. And they've got a Mischief on the horizon for Vertigo. Rage of Ultron is going to be the thing that starts it. And Soul Resurgence for Witty is going to be used on the other side. As well as Lugia pulling out that Silent Seduction. Tuzi's found an opening. He's taken up one of the Vanguards. He's found some space. But it's just bodies on the board again.
Endsong Inferno onto the Fate of Folk World to try and do enough damage, but there's no follow-up. DRP is not there. Carbon Crush! Tuzi forced to teleport out of there. Trying to get a little bit of damage onto the flank, taking out the strategist with the help of Beetle with that Psionic Seduction, and Zero Tenacity have 0 members left. That's it, and Choppity will hold on to, and will be moving on to the finals to play against Virtus Pro.
I think if we were starting off the day and saying, I think I even said it with leg day yesterday, if we're expecting a grand final for this Marvel Rivals Championship, it probably would be Virtus Pro versus Choppity. That upper bracket final that we saw yesterday too. Maybe not that close, but this series gave so much more. The Zero Tenacity squad pretty much at a hair losing out in the end. And now it's a question of what happens next for them. Are they going to be playing together for Ignite? Are they going to be playing under a different organization and they're going to make roster moves? Regardless, you look at this one and you kind of go, with a little bit more work and with a little bit more support, we can push some of these bigger teams. And Choppity were pretty much pushed up until the brink. It took a lot of them to win that one, but just the fact that they were able to finish up the map was literally all of the difference.
for playing together for such a short amount of time, the fact that Choppity are performing this well is crazy. Already having taken the first night shift Marvel rivals, now being able to move their way to the finals, they get to test themselves versus the, up until recently, kings of EMEA Marvel rivals. Virtus Pro await for them, but Zero Tenacity made them work for it.
Especially when you think of the fact of like this Choppity team winning in a full best-of-5 final for Night Shift earlier this week. Just another tournament beating T1, the world champions currently, previously Rad. You could say that like Rad just recently got back from China, that they're maybe a little bit behind on the meta and what teams have been running. But Choppity have looked really good. They put in some crazy good performances this week. So the fact, again, that Zero Tenacity actually pushed them pretty much to the brink, and in some of those games that they lost, they could have won. The draft could have been different, hindsight and all that stuff. It was exactly what you want to see from a losers bracket final.
It's like you say, exactly what we want to see, going all the way to the limit. Choppity, they now have Virtus Pro waiting for them. Virtus Pro, they did not make it to the mid-season finals. They have that on their back now. They are going to be looking to reassert themselves in the meta. They seem to struggle with the early season meta. They seem to be locking in a bit more now, having already made it to these grand finals. And also the new season coming out as well. They're trying to just show that they've got over that small hump that they had, a small slump in their play, and are prepared to try and reclaim their crown, especially, as you mentioned at the start of the day, with those global finals looming for these teams. This is how you enter into Ignite with the momentum.
Yeah, and it's a nice Ignite too, because previously, because it was a qualifier for Ignite itself, that some of the teams that we want to see a little bit more out of, we didn't get to see up until now recently. So it's going to be the grand final coming up. However, there is going to be an extended break. Give Choppity a bit of time to rest up, prepare, and for Virtus Pro to warm up, because this is going to be a full best of 7. It's action all across the day today as well. We've got Americas later on, but there is going to be a break before we get to the grand finals of the Marvel Rivals Championship for Season 3 in EMEA. So we'll see you very, very shortly.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end and rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end and rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smash trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you win.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
The doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom.
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Rivals Championship. That is the name of this tournament, and that means we must find ourselves a champion. We have one team that has taken multiple MRCs in the past, from Season 0 as Team Cats to Season 1 as Virtus Pro. They now await to see if they can make it a third. And against them, we have the new up-and-comers of Choppity trying to fight their way towards their first MRC win.
Yeah, it's a rematch of the upper bracket final we saw yesterday. Whilst we didn't see the entire upper bracket final on stream, it pretty much was the same kind of map 3 times in a row. A very dominant, strong win for Virtus Pro that are just so well drilled on a lot of the fundamentals. It's no, I guess, what would the word be? It's almost like there's no telling us to the fact that this is a squad that every single Marvel Rivals Championship the Virtus Pro have played in, they have won. There's only one that they haven't actually won out on, but that was the Season 2 Marvel Rivals Champions, where only teams that weren't qualified for Ignite could participate. So it literally has been like, this is the tournament that Virtus Pro owns. And whilst they didn't win the last one, I would still say that they're like retaining their titles, so to speak. And so, yeah, it feels like they're the ones that want to make sure that if there's a tournament like this, that they're the ones coming out on top.
Let's go through some of those results previously, because in terms of official Marvel Rivals as in created by NetEase tournaments, we have MRC Season 0, won by Team Cats, aka Virtus Pro. We have the first Marvel Rivals Invitational, won by Virtus Pro. We have MRC Season 1, won by Virtus Pro. The only other two tournaments that we have here are Ignite, which they came third in, and MRC Season 2, like you said, which they were not allowed to compete in due to the aforementioned playing in Ignite. They had such a dominant run, and now returning to the spawning ground of that dominance, this could be a huge boon for them heading into Stage 2.
Oh, for sure. And I think that's the kind of response that they need, right? And I think that we're seeing a lot of orgs consider stuff, whether it's just changing up their rosters, even the region that they're in. If you're looking at Rad moving over towards North America, Virtus Pro have just kind of kept things exactly the same. I don't know if there was that much of an outcry. I doubt it for Virtus Pro not qualifying for the mid-season finals, that there was a call for roster changes to be made, especially when this squad has been together for such a long time. One of the longest core rosters that have stayed together pretty much in the history of Marvel Rivals, just because of the fact that they've been playing together since closed beta. So it is a statement, I think, for them to make of just, okay, they fell at the final hurdles. They really fell apart in those big games that they couldn't afford to, certainly with the changes to the draft system as well. The fact that they go, no, we've got everything that we need. We just need to learn how to approach this situation. Yeah, it puts more pressure on them for Stage 2, honestly, and whether the players could be better at that, like the psychology side of it almost, that's a scary thing to have to potentially deal with.
It really is, but you've got to bear in mind that these players, well, we've mentioned repeatedly that Choppity are a new team, as in a lot of these players have not played together that much. But the fact is, they are all incredibly experienced. If we have a look at some of their results as well, 4th in the recent meta tournament, and also 5th to 6th in Ignite for multiple players, as multiple players were on Team Peps. We have a 9th to 12th for Ignite from Vertigo. We have, of course, Tuzi, 7th to 8th in Ignite for All Business. Blood Udo, 13th to 16th in Ignite. A lot of these players didn't play in many of the MRCs before that. In fact, very few of them have a lot of MRC results to speak for, except for potentially, in this case, Tuzi, who has a 3rd in MRC Season 1 under their belt with All Business.
And All Business have kind of gone their separate ways, and it did sort of feel like, with that team in particular, because we did see Zabs play a little bit earlier on in this tournament, like Tuzi was the black sheep of the team and now found pastures new. But it is the old versus the very new. Virtus Pro, a team that was dominant in EMEA for so long, making 0 roster changes after their surprise non-entry, I guess, into the mid-season finals by missing out on major games, going up against Choppity, a mix match and a mash, I guess, as well, with him being on the team, of various players coming in. The draft is going to be an interesting one. Emma Frost is going to be taken out from Choppity first, and Captain America, Virtus Pro, want to take away from Beetle.
To go over one last result before we dive too much into this, DRP in MRC Season 0 came 2nd. They have been in this exact spot before, in a grand final of a Marvel Rivals Championship, facing down Virtus Pro, or at the time were named Team Cats, facing down this exact roster. Doctor Strange, protected, is a little bit more unique here. Very interesting.
When it's Virtus Pro as well attacking first, we did see them sort of play we saw this earlier on yesterday, they were playing a Doctor Strange and the Rocket Raccoon on the defense to just have a way to get back into these engagements as quickly as possible, because you could force so many early fights on that first point that by the time that they get towards the last of the checkpoint, it's overtime. You don't really have many mistakes left to make. But Wolverine and Venom protected from Choppity. Vanguard's taken out a plenty. It means that the Protect needs to go in to make sure that, frankly, there's something for DRP to play because it's starting to whittle away from him.
Ooh, the Venom and the Thing getting protected. Now, the Thing is sensible because if you look at what hasn't been banned here, while Vanguards have been targeted, the Human Torch is still available, as is, quite frankly, all of the Vanguard, all of the duelists we have seen being targeted in the previous series. We still have Psylocke, we still have Torch, and we still have Phoenix. All three still available. Well, all two of three still available as Psylocke is removed here. But having the Thing available, we just saw how well Choppity were able to use it previously to get a little bit of anti-air. Sorry, it was Zero Tenacity that used it for the anti-air to try and snipe people out of the air, and we have seen it from a little bit of mid-season games from some of the higher ranked players from this team that Virtus Pro have been cooking a little bit with the Thing.
Cooking on a high heat, I think, that's about to come into as well, because Jean Grey and Human Torch have not been hit at all in this draft, neither banned nor protected. So it is about to get very hot in this grand final. We've got Virtus Pro playing up against Choppity. It's an exciting look at what these teams are going to show in Ignite, but we're about to get straight in.
We are in, and we do in fact see that Human Torch coming in for Choppity on the defense, but not the Phoenix. We're moving away from that because Crazy Kitty wants to get out the claws as the Wolverine to try and break through some of this quick rollout for Virtus Pro is going to be picked up.
Also, going back to the start of the day where we saw Tuzi over on the Ultron and Crazy Kitty on the Torch, you said, like, Tuzi can play the Torch himself if he wants to. He's going to start off that way. And Virtus Pro coming out of the gates of Spawn with the likes of Black Widow, with the Moon Knight, just to spam some anks and find some picks. And while they switch more to a de facto composition, they have just absolutely routed 2, maybe even 3 players of Choppity instantly.
Absolutely cleaning them up, the power of the Phoenix. If you land those headshots, those sparks stack up so quickly, those explosions can just do so much work. Cosmic Flame catches Venom as he drops down there, forcing DRP to back up as Virtus Pro going fast. Portal for the quick recontest to try and buy some extra time here.
Fighting onto the point. Like I said before, the defense wants to try and take as many of these engagements on Yggdrasil's path as early as you can, because you can keep multiple engagements happening and just keep stalling out. You'll see bodies throwing themselves at the point on this defense, but it is just bodies piling up on Choppity. I don't think they've got many eliminations, if any at all, and you can see the Tuzi's trying to make something happen, able to find one pick. DRP's able to get one, but it was just unrelenting from Nevix, shutting him down, able to trade out. And everything is stalled for the time being. Choppity are doing a really good job at just buying as much time as they possibly can on this defense. Virtus Pro have bodies, but not the picks to keep things moving along.
Time's going to be dropped, stunned out, interrupted. Strange is hovering menacingly, looking for the potential for the Eye of Agamotto as the ends of Inferno drop directly on Bob for the Beast from the Abyss, but it's not enough for a finishing blow here as sniped out of the sky. 5 goes down, and suddenly Choppity have got the lock, it seems, onto Virtus Pro. For Virtus Pro, they still have Eye of Agamotto, they still have Supernova, they have the burst they need, and they're approaching that invisible boundary as well, meaning that they can try and go for a big, hefty dive here. Choppity, though, they have almost the exact same tools.
Choppity look like they might be under a ton of pressure at the start of this map with losing as many places as they did. Done well to keep control of things as they go along. Crazy Kitty, it's a tricky battle to go up against the Thing because the fact that they're immovable stops you from pulling them into pesky positions. But of course, that extra damage against the tanky characters helping him out. Nevix went down. You saw the Crazy Kitty 10% away from having that last stand. trying to not be too much of an easy target in the end. The leap up from the Thing, going for the other member of the Fantastic Four, able to go for the engagement as the invisible boundary is thrown down from MASH, but things are trickling forward for Virtus Pro. The Eye of Agamotto comes through from Beetle and connects onto 2. It does connect onto Drijo, which is going to be a key target, taking out that Lunar Snow, but their health doesn't diminish at all in the slightest. Virtus Pro, a clean fight in the end, and it's looking like they might be able to touch the first checkpoint.
They're going to touch the first checkpoint, but also the Thing being carried somewhere there. There was a last stand. There was a first steps coming in there. Looks like just to deliver the Thing past that center gateway, or in case anyone came back through for Choppity to try and go for a little bit of crowd control. But yeah, we're seeing Virtus Pro with exactly the same thing that seemed to make Choppity suffer a little bit in their previous matchup, utilizing the Thing to take Crazy Kitty out of the sky, while Tuzi has moved on to the Phoenix as Crazy Kitty over to the Torch, because they've realized just how much work Sparker is doing.
Seems to be part of the plan for Virtus Pro in the draft. When you've got one team trying to protect the Wolverine, they want to use it, so you leave two incredibly strong duelists on the table, and it's like pick your poison. You've protected a character that you might not use, but if you do use them, you don't get the Jean Grey and the Human Torch, which just together, it's so much damage in these small areas, and certainly on this horseshoe part of the map when you have this verticality. Those flyers taking that space makes it very difficult for Choppity to get a leeway in any of this.
By a third for his Fantastic Force, so he's going to be a little bit more vulnerable for the next 9 seconds, but he has that Guardian barrier to keep him protected, fate of both worlds from Vertigo to make sure that everyone is sustained. They're going for the Piece of the Abyss, for a damage boost, but it's Sparker who finds the finishing blow onto Matt with the wraparound, and is just showing why they are one of the most dominant hit scan players. Tuzi has been trying to match them, but they're just getting picked off here. Virtus Pro continuing a solidly aggressive push.
It's just too much to deal with, like unrelenting really. You see Choppity just sort of playing on the left-hand side of where the Invisible Woman is in that room, and you've got all of these tornadoes being thrown down, the fire prisms from Human Torch, Supernova. It's just continuing for fire. The Eye of Agamotto, it's pacey. It's an attempt to try to go for something for Finzi, and finding that pick means that this is going to stagger out Choppity even more. The Supernova, look how much space Virtus Pro are taking. All the while, that payload is moving, trickling forward, only one player on it, but it's totally uncontested from Choppity. They can't get on it.
Clockwork Time comes on out. This is just Virtus Pro attempting to keep the momentum going as they pick up yet another quadruple, make it quintuple. ERP falls. Vertigo's already back in spawn, and they're going to try and close off the entrances. Portal to prevent reinforcements to get extra distance here. That will slow them down, but have they left any gaps for them to fit through to try to squeeze around the edges? They're held on in. Strange gets out over the top, and that means he's all alone fighting against the power of the Flyers. Fi is sieging them. Sparker sending in shots. The card just gently strolls on in. That was perfect. Virtus Pro winning the fight and going right aggressive. The second they'd captured that second point, the second that cart was through the door, they took an aggressive fight. Burning Ultimates got an early pickup, took numbers advantage, and then prevented reinforcements the second they got the team wipe. Magnificent.
Every little strategy, every little play that Virtus Pro can make, they know how to do it, they synergize well, and they don't even really need to think about doing it. That is the most peaceful way that I've seen a payload finish a map. Just scenic route strolling all the way through, and pretty much from that second checkpoint all the way to third, I don't think that payload stopped once. It only had one player on it, but it just kept moving. Virtus Pro is so good around playing with these non-static objectives, because the fights have to be different, and Virtus Pro know when they want to be fighting on the point, when they need to be fighting past the point. And just honestly, if they get a pick that can keep that gravy train rolling, and that Choppity could do nothing about it.
Okay, I have questions as we're moving on to round 2 here. Normally, if you would look at the compositions for Virtus Pro, when it comes to having another player move over to a strategist, it will usually be Sparker, and they'll usually pick up the Adam or the Ultron. The Adam is here, but it's being played by Drijo. Sparker, usually the hit scan player, is on Rocket. We've
Yeah.
seen a little bit of duelist rocket styles from a couple content creators, but this is a little bit more unusual for Virtus Pro.
And you got Fire, yeah, just on the Groot. It's more like Groats, I suppose, because the triple Vanguard, triple strategist. It makes a lot of sense when it comes to being able to resurrect and bring back some of the people on your team. And it's something that we've seen Virtus Pro show off it in pieces. Maybe not this full composition, but certainly the Rocket Raccoon for the Be Right Back and Finzi still being over on the Doctor Strange. And just look at where they're fighting. Remember the start of this map where Choppity had 3 players go down and then immediately Virtus Pro have got past that first like 90-degree angle? Virtus Pro are holding in this room on the left-hand side that no progress has been made. It's been 4 meters.
They completely have this locked down here, sieging onto the point. We're seeing Choppity realizing, oh, it's this. And they're moving over to the Squirrel Girl Black Panther coming in for Crazy Kitty into a group and a thing. Potentially could get caught out, but they do have the symbiotic shenanigans from Jeff. As such, we will see Virtus Pro start to back out a little as the pressure comes in from the Venom. DRP trying to get the pickup. Fincy chasing down the Jeff and the Venom who are trying to play together. Snipes it with the Maelstrom. Cypher is taken down though. Tuzi is starting to get some counter dueling here.
You understand why Virtus Pro, when they started off this map on attack as well, they had the Moon Knight out just to throw an ank in these positions to clear this out. It's not something that Choppity have gone for, and I think it's kind of like past that point where you want to go for the surprise Moon Knight to try and find this space. So this is tricky. You're watching it from Dreedro's perspective. It's pretty much for free up on this high ground. It's going to be really hard work for Tuzi to get in behind and find the dive, which he's so well known for. Even Crazy Kitty has to do something similar. The RP is going to leap into the background, and an Eye of Agamotto thrown in catches onto Tuzi as well as the RP, but it is the Human Torch that's taken out, and the thing is just swinging and hoping for the best for Beetle. Clobbering time comes in, but Virtus Pro still have everybody alive, and anybody that did go down is just going to be brought back by this Kamek Revival.
Literally every single person. That cart has moved 6.88 meters. They found nothing. Finally, Mash is going to be able to try and touch, but guess what? They're still Fincy. He's still there after being revived. They're struggling prison. As finally, it seems Choppity are starting to try and push on in. There's his Jeff, and it finds absolutely no one. Crazy Kitty falls, and even though Choppity was burning through his abilities, they have still found nothing. DRP falls to Sparker on the aggro rocket.
You almost got another invisible boundary, and when everything is this static, just slamming it down on where this payload is a really good position. Crazy Kitty switching over to the Spider-Man just gets taken out instantly from Nevix as Beetle moving over towards the Groot. It's a bit of musical chairs, a bit of panic, I think, for Choppity to just find the right heroes to find an opening, and it's all up to Tuzi to find a pick, but the Resurrect, the Be Right Back, just means that it's completely nullified again.
Wolverine finds an isolation though. Fincy dropped low, picked off. This is the chance. Choppity, they're dropping though. They had their opportunity. They found an isolation. The Cosmic Yard Amplifier gives the bonus health. And Virtus Pro are still here. And the fact is, even though they lost Strange, Fincy just portal back. They're still about to be 6. He's going to walk it back in, save the portal for later because he might not even need it. As Choppity, this is their last chance. 25 seconds remaining for one last push.
Might be a good call in the end, because this fight actually now is starting to go into the favor of Choppity. Visible boundary is going to be thrown through, but I'm still seeing a lot of blue in the kill feed, right? Like, there's still a lot of Choppity finding the string of eliminations together, but you got a clobbering time almost ready for Nevix, but he gets taken out just beforehand. The Kamek Revival is good to go for Dreedro, but where's the good timing? 3 people have gone down in quick succession. Do you want to use it now? No, they're just going to let this push forward in overtime. They at least have one good fight just before this checkpoint, and they still have a portal, and they still have a Kamek Revival.
Are they going to portal everyone back in at once? Because I'm not seeing anyone start to step up. Fincy? No, they are just going to try and defend at that main entranceway. Like you said, walk back in and really hope that Fincy goes down first so they can reinforce the portal. It's Jeff coming in from Vertigo to try and catch someone. I don't know if he got anyone, but he's being chased here. Counter portal from DRP to prevent the flank from Fincy. And the group gets picked up here by absolutely melted spin in the blender. Crazy Kitty pushes on in. Ayamoto came out though as Virtus Pro. They lost one, but they turned it around. The BRB brings them back. The Ayamoto wipes the team. Overtime ticks down, and that is going to be Sparker on the rocket. Absolutely massacring who's left.
Hey, it was just everything that they needed right at the end, and Virtus Pro, disciplined, right? There was so many moments with like the portal that Finzi could have used it, and he was just like, "No, we can save it because we don't need to use it, frankly. It's the boring, non-interesting answer." But that's why they're playing this comp. That's why they've gone for the Doctor Strange every single time we've seen them play. And they add a Warlock. It's easy to understand why. His kit's a little bit different since the last time that we saw Virtus Pro play, but it effectively works out the same for Karmic Revival. They're just playing to bring people back as soon as possible, burn down the wick of overtime, and then on that final checkpoint, win the proper engagement.
It's not exactly unusual to see someone play Rocket Raccoon and see them with like 3-digit damage and then keeping up or massively dominating in terms of healing output. That is a 50k Sparker game where they just absolutely did huge damage. A lot of that's from the previous round, but they did do serious damage on Rocket as we look at some of the highlights.
There was a moment as well where you said about like it's Jeff being used. I think it was used on Nevix that's playing the thing. So it didn't go anywhere. It just stayed where it was. Yeah, it just didn't see either it missed him or whatever, but just see like the UI, his silhouette just stand and sort of look. Okay, sure.
I'm here now.
But this is kind of like, I guess, like an expected performance, right? Because we've seen so much like innate talent on this Choppity side. Virtus Pro, it's a little bit cheesy with some of the stuff that they do. Sure, like I'm not going to say that it's like 200 IQ stuff, but it's done to such a level that either teams copy them or teams need to find an answer. At the very least, stuff like the Moon Knight to begin with at the start of a map, that feels like no matter what, you want to be doing it just in case you run into that kind of bunker setup.
The ability to, we've seen it so often. Squirrel Girl, Moon Knight, a little bit of potentially Storm for the damage, especially with Mantis being banned out in that round. Something to just burn through these tanks, but they just stay so traditional, sticking with the Torch and the Wolverine. While the Wolverine is great, there's a thing. It does so much work to prevent that Wolverine from getting the isolations. Well, everybody, after that intense matchup, Virtus Pro starting off dominantly in this best of 7, we'll find out if they can continue this momentum or if Choppity can take yet another pre-Ignite tournament on the way in to Stage 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a moment.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New day smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
The doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
You're done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom.
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
We are looking to put a cap on this Marvel Rivals Championship Season 3. Season 3 as a whole. And now that we're in the grand final, it's worth looking back at the upper bracket because 2 out of the 3 maps that we saw these two teams play were Convergence. And the one map that we didn't actually get to see in play that's part of that game mode is Halls of Dajalia, which is what we're going to see now. It all went the way of Virtus Pro. They won that best of 5, 5-0 Tetra, winning out on Symbiotic Surface, Central Park. Maybe there's a chance here, I suppose, for Choppity, or at least there's reps and a chance to gain some experience against a well-tenured team.
You've also got to bear in mind the history for Virtus Pro on this map. If you compare it to the last one, where you look at that Yggdrasil path, Virtus Pro, they have a history of winning. Much like most maps, except this one. This is the first map that they did lose to against the roster that at the time was Rad, now is Team 1, / potentially something else in the future, if Belio's tweets to be believed. But this is the map that Virtus Pro lost first on. There is an opportunity here for a little bit of a nostalgia Choppity to try and capitalize off that momentum and use the weaknesses they might have spotted in that to try and learn something and make their way in for map number 2 of this best of 7.
Which is a good point too, because you mentioned that some of these players were from Team Peps, which were the team to first ever take a map from Virtus Pro, which took over a year to do. And like going back onto Yggdrasil's Bath before we get into this one, one of the things that made Team Peps really good on Spider Islands way back when was those kind of like spawn holds, like the super cheesy go for really aggressive fights and just buy out time as much as possible. So the fact that they kind of fell victim to that on Yggdrasil's Path is almost kind of like taking a sip of your own medicine. Halls of Dajalia, you don't have that luxury to go for those kind of plays. You can't hold by the spawn door. It's just way too far away. You need to play around like the little perches of high ground. And Choppity, you want to make sure that the characters that fly high can't gain access to them very easily.
And speaking of those fly high characters, exactly what you're talking about here, Torch is removed, as is the Captain America. Virtus Pro, they're not a huge Captain America team compared to like almost every other team in EMEA. They do play it, but in terms of priority, it seems to fall a little bit lower down on their list.
Because the Human Torch has been banned out, it feels like a natural reaction is going to be going for a Jean Grey, just to have a very flexible duel list that pretty much all 4 of them that are in the server, certainly Fire Sparker, could pick up either side. Venom protected though, allowing DRP to some really nice rollouts that you can do. Thinking of what we saw from Brad before with, oh man, who was it? It was the main Vanguard player going for the Spider-Man, pulls off the maps, resetting, and then will roll out with Venom. Just magnificent stuff. So it's going to be protected from Choppity and banning out the Groot to make sure that you don't have those walls to break off some of the sightlines.
And also just the fact that Groot on this map, that one ramp heading up to the main first point can be so difficult to deal with. And also that center area that has become one of the hardest areas, sorry, this is the last area, it's become one of the hardest to push full stop. Having to fight through that very close spawn door can be extremely difficult. Mantis taken away, and once again, Virtus Pro showing their personal preference, it seems, for the Invisible Woman coming in once again.
Invisible Woman, yeah, the protections that we did see, we saw a little bit from Virtus Pro yesterday. When there's so many other strategists that have seen play, it's just allowing the fact that you could fight on the objective when you've got all of these big explosions happening with like Meteor M's and then End songs being thrown down, having something that can protect you, but also knowing that you're going up against the Venom, the force physics, pulling him, stopping him from being able to just swing out. DRP has been punished a lot from that consistently, and that is because some of the plays that we've seen from Saipe and Dredro are very good at stopping a Venom find any success.
There goes the Ultron as the final ban here. Once again, we see the Green Jail continuing as Hulk is once again going to be banned away by Choppity. But with that Ultron, we move over towards what Virtus Pro seem to prefer, which is the Adam Warlock when it comes to those triple strategist lineups, if they want to do that, because Choppity have allowed the Psylocke through as well, meaning that they could in theory put Crazy Kitty on one, and we could see Tuzi on the other. We'll see as we head into map 2. Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda is open, but Virtus Pro wish it to be closed. Starting off with a rocket, they pre-armored up a bit on their rollout and have now moved over to about what you would expect here, with both teams going exactly what we said. One with Psylocke, one with Phoenix, but both are just so valuable. And of course, they now have one-shot combos with the Psylocke and the Venom.
Yeah, Venom on both sides, but the other Vanguard is a choice between the Emma Frost, where you have that Psylocke team up, so you're able to do more consistent damage, double up, and break some of those breakpoints. But Virtus Pro instead putting Finzi on the Magneto, so they're not making use of that team up, despite the fact that Emma Frost is available. Wanted to go for something a little bit more solid, and I guess trying to make sure that they get those Meteor M end song combos to blast through those breakpoints, honestly, to make sure that the healing support can't come through from the Lunars.
Where do you put your potential? Is exactly like you say here. Do you put it in the one-shot combo on Psylocke being able to just one-hit people from behind with those extra clones, or do you hyper-commit onto the wombo a little bit later? And of course, that single target protection that isn't as much offered by Emma, as Emma is a bit more crowd control focused, but the single target protection that can be offered from that Iron Bulwark from Magneto.
You've also got no Loki as well, probably because of the Jean Grey, right? Just how strong it is against him in particular, but it's still available. There's a lot of really strong characters, but Virtus Pro trying to position themselves a little bit differently. Virtus Pro clearing out the fight is nice. It's going to stop Choppity from actually taking his first point, but a good amount of progression made of 83%. DRP trying to take some of this space back, but Sparker just basically feeds off of him to get that ultimate. Dance of the Butterfly is going to be available for this next fight.
Charged up, Feast the Abyss 20% out, 10% for DRP as they are almost ready, but choosing out their Dance of the Butterflies means no one-shot combo. In fact, both of their duelists are going to be quite far out. Virtus Pro taking a significant ultimate lead into the second half of the defense.
Oh, this is scary though. Choppity, they were just hopping down to the low ground and ran right into where the Psylocke was. Both of us actually forced out a little bit early, and you can see the Invisible Woman trying to get to safety. Breaking the sightlines takes a lot of damage, and that invisible boundary was key. Surviving there was important from MASH, but unfortunately, when you've got the Feast of the Abyss from Nevix, it allows that first pick to come through on Beetle just before he gets his ult.
The points slowly ticking up. Choppity and trying to take this, and Virtus Pro still just have a significant numbers advantage, and they once again wipe Choppity off the board. But 2/3 of the point have now been grabbed. This opens up the opportunity for Choppity to go for another engage and potentially portal in if it fails.
Ooh, you've seen like Beetle actually moving over from the Emma Frost to the Magneto to try and have more of a mirror matchup. I mean, same with Invisible Woman. I think MASH didn't necessarily start on it, I don't believe. And this is only going to suit Virtus Pro when you have got these like mirrored bands. They want to have mirrored comps because they're usually just better at all of the characters than everybody else. They've got so much time and they synergize a lot better. Dance of the Butterfly is leaping in, but there's not much else that's following up. Invisible Boundary is going to allow that space, and Sparker just peeling for the teammate is able to get the credit for the elimination.
Sparker seeing a Dance of the Butterflies and saying, giant purple circle.
I'm going in, yeah.
Finds the one-shot. DRP, Symbiotic Resilience has to be used for the defense. In the meantime, Nevix getting punished in the backline, gets stunned down by the Cosmic Flame, but is still still able to get out. Finally chased on the backline. Crazy Kitty has to burn their ultimate here as they were in a little bit of danger. Will send in the Phoenix into the backline, but it looks like it was popped. Not getting a lot of damage output here from Retro Drown. This is going to be Choppity, starting to finally get the momentum, pushing it on, taking them out here. Why are they so low?
Yeah, we've I feel like we're sort of 20 feet tall now. We're just like the Destroyer from the first 4 film. But it's Virtus Pro now. Bought a good amount of time, forced pretty much Choppity to OT right at the end there, so it's 2.5 minutes extra added onto the clock for the second checkpoint. Virtus Pro, you just want to get Fee into a position where he's up onto the high ground, and if they can win that fight, it's almost impossible for Choppity to be able to take it. It's only DRP that could jump up to that position. And Vinci gets stunned, he takes a lot of damage, forced to use the shield on himself, has the Meteor M, and finds the perfect pick to start this fight.
That was opened with the Dance of the Butterfly Sparkler in the backline, creating a little bit of zoning, forcing everyone to group up, allowing Fitzy to find his finishing blows, and when everyone groups up, it's of course opens up for Jean Grey. Fi able to find yet another pickup, and that card continues to be held here. While Choppity were able to finally get that first point, Virtus Pro have already locked it down again.
I think one of the key differences from like watching Virtus Pro is you'd see other teams win that fight, but that payload has moved up a lot further. Virtus Pro can go for these engagements in such an early position, especially when they could just find picks like that seemingly out of nowhere. Just the damage output is enough that it's unsustainable for Choppity even before these fights properly begin. It's a full team wipe, and everybody other than Sparker, who's not that far away, has their ultimate to just sit back on and relax. A minute left.
Choppity, they're building up as well, though. Tuesday just about to have their own ultimate, meaning it will be all 6 for them, meaning they have their one chance to try and push on in with less than a minute left. They can, of course, try and forceful, but you need to make sure someone's on the point for that overtime, if that's going to be the strategy. Starting Vortex coming in from Cyber to burn through some time to find a little bit of distraction into the backline. Goes Nevix, and he leaves.
He's out. He doesn't need to overstay his welcome here. In fact, because Virtus Pro have had such a high line on this defense, it really means that like they can give up this space for Choppity to start pushing, but they're not really taking any space at all. Fate of Both Worlds is early, and that position, he almost manages to get away, does Tridro, but it's not only the Meteor M was perfectly placed, but it was also great pathing from Crazy Kitty to land down on top of him too.
DRP tries to go in to get the pickup onto Fi, but Fi just turns it, going down the Insult Inferno of their own. Will burn through that bonus health onto Vertigo, but where's the follow-up? Who's left? Barker is already charged up on that Dance of the Butterfly. It's the backline going to try and capitalize with the ultimates expiring to burn on through, but with an invisible boundary, it's Mash keeping the team up with a nice force physics to hold Vinci back in, and they are pushing in towards point number 2. Portal for the extra zoning potential and for the reinforcements allows Choppity to hold this point and hit that second objective.
And 90 seconds added. Immediately you can see Virtus Pro turn their heels and start to run. They don't want to get reset because it's just going to give more space, more meters on the bar for Choppity. It took sort of everything that they had, and that was really off of Virtus Pro missing that combination of the Meteor M end song. We see it consistently land so well that a team like Virtus Pro missing it, it feels like a big mistake on their part. So that really shows the level of these teams. Dance the Butterfly seeing if they can keep it going for Choppity, because whilst you've got everything in control, the fight back from Virtus Pro is perfect and time is not on your side.
Yet another team wipe for Virtus Pro, taking down Choppity with, like you say, 45 seconds left. They've already used Portal for that last fight. What's left in the tank? They have an Ensong Inferno, they have a Meteor M. That's a one-shot, but Virtus Pro are very good at splitting. You're only going to get one. Then you just have to win a team fight against Virtus Pro, who do have an ultimate advantage.
They just have to leave Nevix here. They're trying to deal with him, and all he needs to do is escape, dash out. And all it does is going to take Choppity into different positions where they're not able to go and fight for the objective. They have to clear some of these other crevices. Oh, that's scary though. The Invisible Woman and Mash just running in to try and group up with a team to shed that damage. But because they were so low, it was already scary. And then the Feast of the Abyss just on top means that it's done. It's dusted. Choppity, however, I think are going to be happy with the progression that they've made on this one just to push all this distance. But still, Virtus Pro, they don't make the same mistakes on this map that they used to.
No, absolutely not. They were able to hold very effectively. It was only really a bit of especially good engagements from Choppity that were able to break through those first 2 points. A portal re-engage was also used. It was a beautiful execution by Virtus Pro, and now they are on attack, a position that they very much like to be in on this map, because this is where they can play a little bit more of these aggressive styles and just focus on getting those KOs, getting those early pickups to just hyper go with momentum, and especially when they're running with stuff like Nevix and Sparker.
Flipping around now, Virtus Pro
Farewell.
now attacking. I think this was one of the areas that they really started to struggle on. Usually we're sort of used to seeing Phi over on the Storm, but I guess when you've got the Jean Grey in play, it sort of works out. It's just a little bit out of fashion, no?
I don't think that's for this. We did see that a little bit of Dridro trying some of the early cheese did stand off to the side and just yeeted some mines. You can actually land mines onto the first objective with Penny on this map. Everyone else gets a little bit of armor from that Penny Rocket team up, and you pick the Storm because the damage bonus from the Storm Goddess actually goes to the Penny body, not the mines, meaning that there's a higher chance of getting that pre-rollout KO. But in this case, Choppity, too smart, not going to get caught out by that.
You know that play well because I've seen you pull it off yourself.
I learned from Moxie. She told me how to get the lineup.
The Storm edition though is kind of new. Like back then, it was. It's clever. It's a shame to not see that much Storm outside of little things like that. But regardless, Virtus Pro drawing a line in the sand of where they need to get to, but first they need to try and take this objective first. DRP going in. I think he might have had to use, he had to use the shield a little bit earlier, and he's just caught out of position. The Invisible Woman pulling him back in means that he can't quite escape. And now a player down, a Vanguard down. It's Beetle's taking a good chunk of damage, and he's not even thinking about Sparker that's just stood right behind him, shooting for free. Nobody else from Choppity is going to deal with him. This is a clean first point take.
DRP is strange. They're going to try and reinforce it. The first to fall could try and make their way back in for a delay, but they got to time it right. No, they don't. They let it go, but they've got the portal active. Are they going to try and go for a portal mugging to try and pick someone off? No, they just cancel it.
It's a shame, but when you're again in a grand final like this, that could be a big issue to look back at, and just an execution error happens to the best of us, but you can't be giving those away. Now Virtus Pro having 5 minutes on this point. Really, they're just taking this high ground on the right-hand side, not allowing Choppity to set up on the high ground of the left. I like this idea, though, for DRP to try to stall on the objective itself, but it's risky. He's had to use that mitigation again, and it's the second time we've seen him leap in, unaided from his team, has to use those abilities early, and then just gets taken out prematurely.
Symbiotic Resilience bird from both Venoms. It's not the longest cooldown, but it is very rough to do anything without it, due to the fact that Venom doesn't have money barriers. Whoa! Sparker with the flick, sees Tuzi moving in, and now going into the counter authority, but Invisible Boundary plus Guardian Shield will make sure that Sparker finds nothing.
Cuts off the sight line, stops some of that damage, sees the Meteor M. You just need a glimpse of it to know that you want to be getting out of dodge if you possibly can. Now 3 ultimates all in play at the same time. That double duo of the End Song and the Meteor M. It's not quite lighted up the kill feed with the ultimates, but everybody else is. The follow-up is there, and I mean, Choppity, they're not going to have the portal play this time because they failed it on the last attempt. They're not going to be able to touch again.
That portal will be back off cooldown shortly, but not in time. So Choppity forced to back up, and now it's only a few meters. 36.3 meters is what Virtus Pro need to hit, as they are piling on the pressure right now.
Seeing if Virtus Pro can force out some aggression from Choppity. DRP does have the ultimate, but it's the invisible boundary that they can sit back on. The positioning is aggressive. It makes sense. Dridro's even finding a couple of picks himself with these engagements. There's the invisible boundary. It's cut off Beetle from any sightlines from the strategist, which means he's taken out. Nothing's happening on the side of Choppity. It's like small ultimates thrown in for Virtus Pro, and they're just winning these neutral fights.
One by one, people trickle in. One by one, Virtus Pro take them down. And 3 by 2, Virtus Pro take the map and extend their lead in this series. Nicely done. They just seem to have full control. The second they hit that third point, it just seemed complete chaos coming in here from the side of Choppity. They just couldn't get around the corner because they were so disrupted that they were just zoned and picked off one by one. They just weren't able to play as a group at all.
No, not in the slightest. And like we sort of said, these mistakes, if you see them in the middle of like Ignite qualifiers or in the group stage, you kind of go, that's a shame. But at this level, against a team like Virtus Pro, they take those small mistakes and turn them into mountains. And honestly, the experience of these guys over on Choppity, they're going to be like tilted, frustrated at some of those errors that were exploited and just how easy that was in the end for Virtus Pro to win out on that map. But look at how many eliminations total that we saw Choppity manage. It's what, like 14?
That's it.
Sparker got more final hits than that on his own, as did Fi.
It's legitimately insane. 14 final hits, 10 for Nevix, 11 for Finzi, and like you say, 15 for the duelist Sparker and Vi. They were just completely out-eliminated. It was all about Virtus Pro just being able to pick people off one at a time without going down themselves. And that could be shown or attributed to a big difference between experience, like you said.
I mean, the scoreboard doesn't necessarily make DRP look that great either. Just 7.6k damage done on the Venom, but 4 and 9. The biggest, like, gulf, I guess, for the team with the KD, other than on the other side when you got Finzi going 36 and 2. But most of that isn't, like, DRP is just getting punished by the typical thing. Like, if you want to try and protect the Venom, the Invisible Woman is going to be on the other side, and they know exactly how to hurt you in the worst ways because Venom is so powerful, it's meant to be an answer to shut that stuff down.
Legitimately is crazy. Being able to try and get those Venoms, like you say, to shut them down using Phoenix to try and stun them out. There's so many one-shots as well here. We saw Magneto's and Phoenix's, Psylocke and Venoms. Difference is, Virtus Pro have been doing it for longer. They've been able to get these one-shots more times. We didn't see as many Meteor M's with Ensong Infernos for those quick blow-ups this game, but it didn't matter because really it was the Psylocke that not only were going for those combos, but also they were the activators for these fights a lot of the time. They were the ones who would ult first to force defensive ultimates because it's the most expendable ult here. Well, we will see what is expendable and what is essential in the next draft. After this short break, will Virtus Pro get themselves to match point, or will Choppity bring us into a longer series? Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has called conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Virtus Pro, exactly where they have been multiple times before. In a grand finals, multiple maps up. They currently sit 2-0 as we prepare to make our way into Central Park to see if Virtus Pro can continue their casual walk towards victory, or if Chopped can maybe deforest the pros.
It's brutal, but it's true. It has been a brisk walk for Virtus Pro. And one thing I did realize as well, like in this kind of draft that isn't like Ignite, Virtus Pro have never lost. Like, they've dropped a map at most against Team Peps back in the Invitational. So it's not a problem to do with the execution of the heroes that they play or the comps. They know how to do that. The biggest concern for Virtus Pro is how they approach a draft system that isn't present in this tournament. So really, Choppity can gain a lot of just, okay, we get a lot of the broken characters that we want in a draft that we usually wouldn't get. Can we make those characters work a little bit better against a team that is just designed for this kind of setup?
These are the questions that are currently heavy in Virtus Pro and Choppity's nines. As we look at what we've been seeing these picks so far, we've been seeing a lot of Psylocke and Phoenix very heavily. Torch made an appearance in the previous series, has not done so very much this time. We're going to be heading in to Central Park. Yet another time that we will not be having to worry about the other New York map, where we have the possibility of, on Midtown, these big spawn holes that have in the past given Virtus Pro some minor amounts of trouble, in particular from Team Peps.
There were some instances yesterday where Virtus Pro, like, positioned poorly, gave up that first point very quickly by their standards. But some of the fights that they were taking in that second area of the map was stellar. For the draft, it's pretty much the same as it has been so far this series. It is just that Torch first ban pivoted away from Emma Frost to begin with, the Captain America ban, and then the Protect of the Jean Grey. Virtus Pro have been happy to commit to, and it's been working out well so far.
Jean Grey, Venom, big dive potential. We talked about the opportunity of Psylocke one-shot combos. Venom is also a one-shot combo usually with that, but can work very well with Jean as well, because as we've mentioned it multiple times before, but will continue to do so because it's so important. Endsong Inferno removes bonus health, meaning it's insane for setting up burst combos, which is why we keep seeing it with Meteor M. What we will not see in terms of potential wombo combos, Groot will be removed.
It's interesting in the Choppity have taken out the Groot. I mean, they did last time. They protected the Psylocke in the last draft. Everything else is so far looking about the same for Virtus Pro, taking out the Mantis to stop some of those main triple strategist compositions from working to their full power. And yeah, there's the Invisible Woman yet again. Invisible Boundary staggering behind some of the other strategists when it comes to healing per second for the ultimate, but breaking some of the sight lines, being able to throw it in areas where you could just keep contesting a point, and obviously just how well it can synergize with other characters and really hurt divers like Venom. It's really something that Virtus Pro have been putting out a lot this weekend, and I think people need to take note.
Has been, as we once again see the Hulk getting taken away. But yeah, this Invisible Woman Guardian Barrier is a massive boon for Phoenixes, for example. Phoenix likes to ping away from a distance. Having a shield in front of you is something that Phoenix does not have. If you have the shield in front of them, the Phoenix not only will be healing from their own trait once they get those sparks activated onto their opponents, they also get healed from the barrier, and they can choose to disengage without getting crowd controlled. This draft is almost identical to the previous one.
No, it is completely identical. Yeah. Pretty much a carbon copy over on... It makes sense. It's the same type of game mode, but a map that Virtus Pro actually beat Choppity on yesterday, looking to do the same to end up on match point. See if the new team could do some fighting damage over on Central Park.
Nevix just made an active effort to make sure that they got the jump pack from Rocket on this Magneto before they swapped off of it. Interesting to see on the Magneto here.
Also interested to see that they're on different Vanguards. Usually it's Finzi that's on the Magneto, but are they going like, let's swap, let's Freaky Friday this one a little bit? But for everything for Choppity, you've got Beetle that's over on the Magneto, Venom for DRP with the Emma Frost still available. Kind of like we saw Choppity wanted to go for that team up with Psylocke over on Djalia and then ended up moving over towards this comp. They've started on it this time.
This is something apparently they've been doing a little bit. I have some statistics here from earlier in the tournament, and they have been playing Emma quite a bit from Vince's perspective in the earlier stages. So this is something they have been rolling with, as already fantastic zoning potential fight just keeps the pressure on as they try to make their way up to that high ground, but just eat those explosions from the sparks.
It's more just Virtus Pro putting their foot down, stopping this choke from being pushed into DRP, forced to use that resilience yet again. It is taking a lot of damage, and whilst a lot of the healing resources went in to keep DRP alive, and he might not be long for this world afterwards, Beetle takes the full brunt of this. That target prioritization, the shift from scaring away DRP to instantly switched on to Beetle, is terrifying. One other side of it as well with Nevix and Finzi swapping over on Vanguards, maybe it's the case that Finzi is more likely to stay on the Emma Frost, whereas Nevix could change over to different Vanguards and they're going to be flexible. Finzi, because of that Psylocke team up, wants to be more of an anchor. He's not looking to change what Vanguard he's playing.
I love the logic. They make their way in, tries to come and tries to track that Psylocke, but unable to do so. Silent Seduction comes on out. Not able to find much here, especially as we will see the fate of both worlds. Inside Inferno, Meteor M, see you later. Gonna be picking them right off with the Dance of Butterfly to chase them all the way back to spawn. And that's a lot of ultimates used by Virtus Pro, but you can't argue with results.
Not when it comes to Choppity. Maybe it was an element of like Virtus Pro having all of their ultimates that they suspected that Choppity had the same, and the brute force is only going to allow Choppity to bully their way onto the point and make some progression. Virtus Pro happy to throw a good portion of ultimates prematurely to just make sure that it buys a little bit more time before Choppity are able to fight on this objective. It feels like an inevitability that some progression is going to be made at this rate, but already the majority of time is gone.
Trying to get the lockdown. Vertigo saw that Psylocke was sneaking in. Spark was able to get out of the hiccup. The end from Inferno for the setup. Media M for the follow, but they tag on through, but not enough. Fincy will fall. Bash and Invisible Boundary keeps Beetle fighting in this. Cyber has their own. Will they commit to it? Yes, they will. This allows Fincy to portal back in. Now they have the rotation to keep the opportunity, but already 2/3, 2.5 thirds, almost through the first point as Tuzi is wrapping around, looking for isolated members, but the portal will be there to try and get Sparker back onto the point. But Tuzi's on fire, finding all the split members. That's a 3, looking for a 4. Fincy falls, Drindro is zoned, and Choppity have the courtyard.
Yeah, great fight in the end from Choppity. Cleanup is needed, really. And it was just off the back of some good engagements. It feels like Virtus Pro feel like they can't full hold that first point, and maybe that's why they took some of the fights, and maybe why we saw that engagement with so many ultimates is just, again, to force as much time out as possible, eventually going for this reset. It is quick to try and go in and fight on the bridge, get in stock of where exactly all of these players from Choppity are positioned, but their key interest is going to be where is Tuzi, where is Crazy Kitty, and is it likely that those big slam ultimates are going to be in play just yet?
Another big question. Fate above world, is it also to be utilized just in case of these slam ultimates? Here comes 5 with the end of Inferno, Media M for the one-shot combo. They're not going to find him, and Sparker does not care, picking up some pickups
just before
on the backline just in time. But now, dropped incredibly low. They need some of that strategy of healing. Invisible Boundary, that'll do perfectly. Trapped in the building, body blocked by Emma, and it's another 2 pickups for Virtus Pro.
A nice engagement for Virtus Pro. And Choppity, it's a tricky engagement to go for, and you lose, was it Beetle, was it Maj, just before that Fate of Both Worlds comes out. And that started from a fight where Sparker goes in with the Dance of the Butterflies on his own. Maybe that's part of the plan, that he just goes in, dives, and suddenly Choppity have to turn around, and the rest of Virtus Pro are given some leeway to make a play happen elsewhere. But now the Psionic Seduction, it feels like Choppity are unable to really set up in a nice position here. So these players are dropping like flies, trying to reset as quick as they can, because 90 seconds is all that is left. And I don't think this objective has moved nearly as far as it needs to.
Currently sitting at 67 meters, 53 centimeters. The Sparker has been flanking onto anyone who thinks they can get away with it. Tuzi is so deep in the backline, he's in the castle, ready to try and snipe out, denying sight, denying audio, so that he can try and sneak in behind. We're not at slow walking patch yet. Down the butterfly into the backline from Tuzi, but finding nothing. Fate of Both Worlds has to come out. Headsong Inferno and Media M to Choppany's chance to go for a one-shot. They find nothing, but finally Tuzi will be the one to make something happen if they get another final hit.
Invisible Boundaries allowing Choppity at least a place to maybe make their final stand. But I think the Virtus Pro just disengaging as much as they can. Not completely out. They've not gone back to spawn. Instead, they're just trying to hook around this main building, pull back everybody from Choppity out of distance. The Ensog's going to try and fly down. And there is that follow-up there. It was a little bit late in the end, but eventually Vi is able to take out a couple. But the positioning for Virtus Pro, they have to disengage. They give up that space. And even though Choppity are able to actually get the point, it pulled a lot of people away from that objective and more space for Vi. So I don't really know how Choppity were able to get onto the point right at the end there.
No one was on, it was all moving on its own. No one was interrupting it, so it just walked in because there was nobody contesting it. Vi, as such, burns his ultimate. They get 2 pickups, but the point moves, so all they've really done is stagger Choppity and allow them to regroup together instead of trying to get some extra momentum pushing through the doorway. Fate of Both Worlds coming out from both sides here to try and make things happen. But the second these expire, we're going to see Dance of the Butterfly coming in from Tuzi to try and get some counter pickups. And here it is, doing huge work, taking out Sci-Fi, but everyone else is taking through for the moment as Drindro will get chased onto the Snowflake and will go down. No, Tuzi gets taken out.
Yeah, Nevic's able to sort of trade out. He's still over on that Magneto as well. Hasn't changed up as we've gone to different verticalities. You might have seen maybe some other Vanguard, but a good portion of them have been banned out this map, to be fair. Sparker diving the backline, catches 2. Is going to be a battle of the Magnetos that in the end Beetle ends up winning. But Sparker capping up to 3 eliminations in quick succession, make it 4. He's putting his name as much on this game as he possibly can, and he's halted for now the payload over onto this corner.
This is Virtus Pro once again, slowing down Choppity, but through this time, which we're already down to 27 seconds. Not much opportunity for Choppity to make their way back in, but they do have 4 ultimates to try and make the play, whereas Virtus Pro only have 3. Silent Seduction gonna make it 3 for Choppity as well, ends up with Inferno for 5. Used defensively, but they can still try and combo it with Nevic. Massive hit onto Mash, but he's avoided it.
Survives completely. I don't know if the terrain rebuilding it there made things a little bit harder to line up that shot, but Choppity surviving yet another Virtus Pro Enson Meteor M combination. Things being thrown down now for Choppity. See if they can make that combo work themselves, but no, in the end, it is still going the other direction. Saipe able to cleave through all of the teammates in front of him with this healing and just keeps things going enough for Dredro to pull out that fate of both worlds. Look at the health on the side of Choppity. It's either grayed out as the back in spawn or little to go off. 3 players alive, but they were coming out to spawn. Nobody could touch. It stops just past a second.
The point-blank melee weaves at the end there, just making it so difficult for anyone to take a fight on that objective. No one was able to even get on to Strange in time. You can see Tuzi did swap at the end, but it was too little and too late. As now, we will move on to Choppity on the defense. They were able to get through 2 points when they were on the attack, meaning that they can hold this. This is 100% doable for Choppity to make their way back in, especially with this first point being one that can be full held, especially with portal re-engages. It is a one that is held more often than potentially some of the other maps.
Yeah, it's... I think for Virtus Pro, thinking of their side, so there's a couple of things that keep cropping up. That combo between the Magneto and the Jean Grey. Yeah. Sometimes it's not hitting. It's hard to hit, don't get me wrong. It's really hard to find that coordination, but we've seen such a high success rate from the teams here. You would expect Virtus Pro to not struggle with that side of the game. But also that play where they disengage before the second checkpoint, it's a nice idea where they're pulling back, they're creating space and allowing the Ensong to just slam down onto overextended Choppity players. But somebody had to be on the objective to stop it there. That's like a howler mistake, but it's more, this is, guess what the tournament's going to be for Virtus Pro, working out some of the issues and making sure that they're fixed just in time for Ignite Stage 2.
You've got to be asking, what have Virtus Pro been up to while the Ignite mid-season finals have been happening? You would hope that they were in the lab, working through the reasons they didn't make it into these global finals. A lot of that, as you mentioned, may have come down to the Ignite draft system, but they're going to have wanted to hopefully have these ironed out last year, potentially, before Ignite happened. But for now, they are already, they're 2-0 ahead. Let's not mince words about this. Virtus Pro are already finding the first pickup, make it second, pushing on in and looking to claim point number 1. They are trying to say to the world, we are back making a quad.
I think they're saying that they never left. Yeah. The depth was greatly exaggerated of this team, and in these kind of games, they're not ones to make the silly little mistakes that cost them a chance to be at that first international LAN. And I imagine that when you have a good performance from Rad, Team 1 winning the whole thing, you're sat there thinking that should have been us, which is fuel for the fire, and it's one of the reasons why Virtus Pro look so clean with their plays. But honestly, they kind of looked this clean before.
True, they are back in, they're locked in, they're trying to make it happen right now. They've already grabbed point number 1 with over 5 minutes to go. They're making their way to the first corner. You can see a little bit of a wraparound. You've got to be careful, but Psylocke and Phoenix can be very stealthy and move into the backline and cause a lot of pressure. Nevix, though, finds a sneaky swindler, takes out Tuzi, and begins to make their way up the ramp. It's all aggression all the time.
The fight is already past that point, I think, where Choppity on their attack kind of got halted. It's the momentum is starting to build, and I mean, what do you do here if you're mashed? There's nowhere for you to go, and you know exactly who's hunting you down. It's just Def, Taxis, and Sparker in the backline. It's inevitable to deal with, and that is so clean to a point where Choppity might struggle again to actually recontest this unless they go towards a Doctor Strange.
There's that finish line. They do realize that this is so rough. They're saving the Strange for the last fight because that's your last chance. You might not be able to get there in time for this one. You have at least a chance of getting there for point number 3. Chance of the butterfly for 2Z. That's personal. That 100% feels personal into the backline. The solo ult through Guardian Barrier, but that will stagger Virtus Pro. This now is the exact situation we saw in the previous series, where Choppity now will have the cart on their side of the map through the doorway, meaning that they can now defend these much narrower choke points against Virtus Pro as they try to push up.
Yeah, just on the face of it, feels like a big dedication for such a small thing, but it's something I think the Choppity had to do. They had to make sure that some of this forward movement from Virtus Pro was stemmed a little bit, and Sparker now has got the Idol Aura to help keep them alive, able to just go dive straight in whilst this damage is being shared out. There just isn't enough strategists alive to keep themselves surviving, and it's just the same as all of the maps with these payloads, moving forward pretty much for free. Choppity, Vertigo is switching over towards the Strange. Portal play has to come in now, and there's still 5 minutes.
What? Nemix! No way! Nemix counter portals, drops Vertigo through, shuts down the reinforcement, and another clean push for Virtus Pro. The counter portal to prevent the reinforcements.
It was probably way too telegraphed there with just how much Choppity had lost in that fight. Whether it's like, okay, we know that they're going for the portal play, I'm going to already preemptively be on the Strange to counter that. I mean, that's just... That is unbelievable, because that's stuff that surely you'd save that you do that for Ignite. That's just you making a name for yourselves a bit and going, yeah, we're definitely back on this one. Match point for Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro need to save some names for the rest of us at that point. If that's the goal, then they need to save some name, because they have it all right now. 19 final hits for Sparker, which is, well, once again, more than the entirety of the other team put together. Choppity just not able to keep up. Look at these highlights.
It's just also that Sparker, a lot of those final hits was the individual stuff. It wasn't just him getting the final nail in the coffin in some of these picks. It's just him thriving. He's given that space, and it's so hard, I think, for really anybody on Choppity to try to match. Especially when this is a team that's relied a lot on like the triple strategist. You have got this draft where you're not really allowed to go for the Mantis, the Ultron, or anything. You kind of have to match this 2-2-2. And it's so difficult to match Virtus Pro when you're in more of like that neutral composition. It's almost impossible, I would say.
Counter portal is so good. I'd love to see it from their view, see if it was an underneath portal to drop straight through it, or whether it was an in-front counter portal. Either way, mwah! Chef's kiss, like you say, it's looking, this is Virtus Pro. This is exactly what we've come to expect from them. They look incredible, and they are on match point. We're going to a break. When we come back, we may see Virtus Pro claim their 3rd Marvel Rivals Championship victory, or we will see Choppity take us in to a map number 5. We'll be finding out after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still Now's our time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Waiting.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
The doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
The potential last map that we might see here at the Marvel Rivals Championship for EMEA and in Season 3 would be the Convo map of Araco, something that we actually have seen a little bit of from teams and has been a defining map, I would say, against Virtus Pro in some of those major losses in Ignite. Sorry to keep bringing it up, but it's worth always mentioning because this Virtus Pro team always looks good in these kind of games that you wonder what the hell was going wrong then, right? It's crazy how well they've played today.
If you go through the maps that Virtus Pro probably have like the most memories on of like, oh no, what happened here? It's gonna be Araco, it's gonna be Burden T'Challa, and it's gonna be Midtown. These are the maps where they're gonna have these huge memories of we could have done that better, we could have played differently, we could have drafted differently. This is one that, however, since they had that one time where someone did extremely well against them on it, they seem to have locked the flip in. Very nearly said a word I'm going to get in trouble on broadcast for when it comes to that, and seem a lot more comfortable since then.
I even think that they were the one like leading the line on the meta. They were quite happy to play it. Granted, I think a lot of the time it was teams picking it against Virtus Pro, mostly to just force out, what do you guys do on this map, so we could essentially copy you. But it always did feel like Virtus Pro, they're just so good on objective focused maps, especially when it's moving, because they know how to take these engagements. And also with all of the small little portals on that first point to get far ahead and really get into the defending team's deep backline, especially when they lose a couple of players. It's just the ends of the earth. Choppity, though, the first part of this draft was looking a little bit similar. Emma Frost was actually banned out like the first map, but Punisher is going to be picked up and protected second, a character that has not been in the draft, not played at all during this map.
Hyper defensive style seems to be the style for Choppity. We've seen a lot of teams go for these big first point holds, and Punisher with culling turrets can be a great tool for that. You also have the opportunity for this being a very good Groot map, especially due to the fact that he's actually on it, but being able to set up these walls for these aggressive early holds can be very hard to deal with. Punisher, one of the best characters when it comes to playing into Groot. And with Groot being a threat, we banned the Mantis to at least make it weaker.
Has that been pretty much the same as the the Invisible Woman Protect, certainly the Thing Protect? That's a little bit different because it was what the Jean Grey that Virtus Pro were protecting first, yeah. So they're like, we're not that bothered about it. And I mean, at this rate, like, the Human Torch hasn't been banned out. It feels that because Emma Frost was banned out first instead of the Human Torch, there's no pressure for Virtus Pro to lock in the Jean Grey.
Seems to potentially be the case. I mean, Virtus Pro seem pretty happy with any duelist. They haven't focused much on duelist bans so far because they believe they have the better one. It's the gamble that you take sometimes in these mirror drafts. Are we more scared of any of these duelists? No, we think we can counter the Flyer with the Thing. We think we can counter Phoenix with just playing a good Phoenix. So they're just letting all the duelists go through and just choosing to take them in the mirror fights, as Choppity will once again protect the Venom.
It's been pretty much the go-to for Choppity. I wouldn't say it's been working, but I don't think that's a case of the draft being wrong. I think that's just when Invisible Woman starts climbing up the protect list, you know that something's up there. Interesting that the Psylocke was banned out last. I guess, again, you've got all of these options to have the Human Torch and the Jean Grey together, so just getting rid of the option to pull people away, especially with no Emma Frost, is quite good. But I thought that the Thing might be in play to deal with the Psylocke because, I mean, that was used against Virtus Pro before. But going into this one, this could be the final map. 4-0 for Virtus Pro, potentially up, but Choppity, they need to fight back on Araco.
I hope you enjoyed your rave chat as we are heading on in, and surprise, surprise, on one of these big spawn hold maps, it's 3 Vanguards and 3 Strategists, Ryan.
This comp was, yeah, Yggdrasil's path we saw before. I imagine if we saw some Midtown in play for Virtus Pro, it would be there too, especially just in these like little bunkered positions on this defense. But Choppity going for the Storm, actually. I mean, the Tornado is going to be really nice, the Omega Hurricane on these positions, but it's going to be harder to take out the Comet Revival if it becomes available. Dreamdra's halfway to having it. Right now, it's just a bit of a brutal brawl. Nobody looks severely in trouble as of yet. It's more just for the ult famine who can get there first.
We mentioned it earlier in the last time we saw this kind of setup. How do you break this? You need Storm for damage boost, Punisher, you need Moondog, you need Squirrel Girl, and those are being given. Sparker plays the Rabbit Raccoon again.
Was that like a 3k in the end that he was able to take? Maybe it's just the Venom skin.
3 for him, 2 for Nemix.
It just makes him more rock and roll. Like, he's able to get his ultimate and just throw out more lethal damage than Tuesday's been able to do on the Punisher. And so now, I guess that's a good thing about the Punisher, right? As well with the turret, if you can get actually onto the payload, that's going to break some of these like bunker setups in play. But unfortunately, this invisible boundary that's been slammed down from SidePay, it's not enough to keep people alive, not when the Punisher is in the middle of it with you, locked in with everybody else. But the Comet Revival's bringing people back. The Eye of Agamotto's providing a little bit of space, but the turret is up. It's doing a lot of damage, and I don't think anybody from Virtus Pro has been able to react to it yet.
Metallic turret used for crowd control immunity to prevent that Eye of Agamotto. Instead, it only hits Vi, who's able to tank on through. Sorry, only hits the rest of the backline, basically. Choppity, they're trying to still break through this. They survived the initial engage from Vinci, and they're starting to push back. They've actually got a pretty good zone going on here. The Supernova from Crazy Kitty is really stopping Virtus Pro from stepping back onto the point here.
He's not to the low ground. He's just going to scoot over to the high. Makes me miss Canute. It makes some of the movements that he had and the positions that he was set up. Even on top of the actual payload itself, Beetle does catch out Vinci though, so that main barrier is going to be gone, but he's going to be back in an instant because of the be right back. It's just all of this focus, I suppose, for Choppity. Even if they get lucky and find a pick, it seems to just cancel itself out very quickly. Another Young Amplifier is going to be used, but Entangled Prison, even with an invisible boundary put down again, there's too many ultimates thrown in on the attacking side. Virtus Pro, I don't think Be Right Back or Camera Revival is going to be useful right now. It's a shame because Drejo is 99% on his.
And this is exactly what we want to see from Choppity. They're bringing out the Coca Dagger for the first time. That Terror Cape plus Punisher. It's the entire Stage 1 Ignite again. Portal with Penny. Here comes Virtus Pro for the last second hole. Clobbering time comes out. Tuzi's going to be stunned, but is going to be inside that regeneration domain. Allowed him to take the fight as Crazy Kitty is on the duel on Cypher on the backline. Removes Strategist. He removes the healing. Takes them down with the activation of it as they push on in onto Vi, burning them off the board. The time is ticking down, but it's not gonna matter because there's no one left to hold them. Sparker falls, Karmic Revival comes on out. We're still going, Ryan.
Oh, he's managed to use the right click as well with the smoke screen to just hop up onto the high ground. Now the turret's up. It's forcing Nevix to go in and try and deal with it. Trying to swing in behind. He's very close to breaking it. Able to catch him out, but the Eye of Agamotto has also provided a bit more space for Virtus Pro. He's actually connecting onto Thor, I believe, in the end. And the rest of the team is on it, picked apart one at a time. And the pace of these eliminations slowing down because Virtus Pro want to really chalk this out as long as they possibly can.
They're running out of time. Spider-Man Tuzi has to swap to it to make sure they have someone to touch and give them overtime. Virtus Pro with 2 revives. A hole. Knockback. Executed perfectly. 2 Karmic Revivals, a portal with Penny, because you know that last fight is round 2 corners, so you can just rush through, set up, and go for the final hold. Someone in the chat was saying they wanted Virtus Pro to make Penny viable. Well, they just executed a wonderful 0.1 hold.
It was lovely stuff from them, and just the end of it capping off with more force physics that Cype's been able to do. It's such a small bit of Invisible Woman's kit, but the value that you can get for those clutch moments, and you get it frequently too. It's something that has provided so many great moments for Virtus Pro for very little, I guess, expense, right? And one thing too, as Tridro's looking to go in for the Cloak and Dagger early on, we've seen very little C&D at all in comparison to what we were seeing from Ignite throughout this weekend.
Choppity brought it out last round, but that's because they were running it with the Punisher, and having that Terror Cape vulnerability application is so strong. Virtus Pro are doing it for similar reasons. They know they're just about to have to fight through a multiple Vanguard setup with multiple strategists, and with Mantis out, there's no damage boost. So how do you deal with it? Storm for damage boost, Terror Cape for vulnerability. It's time to absolutely melt it, and they finally listened to us, Ryan. It's Moon Knight.
I mean, Virtus Pro were doing it before. It's Choppity not doing it that we were like, come on, you got to get on the wave. And because you have the Storm too, the damage boost just allowing a lot more spam, but it's coming right back into Spark, being reverted in from Beetle. So this fight has not gone as well as Virtus Pro were hoping, mostly because Beetle on the group with these walls providing enough of a window that the spam damage from Virtus Pro has found very little.
Will we see what teams often do, which is swapping over to also bring up the Squirrel Girl. Go for a triple duelist setup just to break the hold. Dragging Prison into the backline onto Rocket. And the low-key executed beautifully by Nevix here as they go for that zoning potential, trying to pressure onto the backline. Again, the zoning is good, and Nevix gets some revenge. Beetle is still holding. Karmic Revival comes on out. That's a 4-man. And Choppity are going to keep this fight going even longer. But Sparker, that's the hand of onto the respawn.
Oh, it's a weird fight for Choppity because that counter revival provides so much like healing and sustain now in comparison to before. The fact that Beetle sort of just leaped into the fight away from that sort of safe healing area, he gets taken out, and it's that big Kamek revival for Vertigo found a little use in the end because it was a desperate fight for Choppity to keep contesting. At the very least, it's buying more time, but Virtus Pro, more people over on the objective means that it's moving at full speed. Choppity have to reset, and some of their players are very much scattered at the moment. They need to regroup.
Mash on Jeff, get people to the point fast so that someone can be touching while they wait for that portal to come back in. They've swapped off the portal. They decide to save it for the last second push and use the speed from the Jeff instead. Here's the Eternal Bond. Venom from the backline to buy them that extra aggression as Choppity are going full all in on the hold. But a Mega Hurricane into the backline. They strangling them against the wall, keeping them zoned. Beetle is forced through the doorway, taken out with the daggers. And that is going to be Fincy once again cleaning up. Reinforcements are trickling in, but they've got a delay for the portal.
It's all or nothing now for Choppity, and it is just nothing. Virtus Pro, every single time that they've been in a Marvel Rivals Championship, they have been the top dog. It's free for them. And I'd say that they've retained their trophy, their championship over here, because the last time that we saw MRC, it was with the non-Ignite teams to qualify for that position. Virtus Pro disappointed to not see them at the big event, the big international LAN, making sure that they don't make that same mistake twice. And this is a great statement to make before Ignite starts up again.
A statement of intent. Those global finals sit in the distance, but first, a reclaiming of a crown is needed. Virtus Pro, they've got one of their crowns back already, being allowed back into MRC and taking it in a 4-0 finals. Very familiar to what we've seen in the past from Virtus Pro. Beautifully executed, and now their next charge, their next crown that they wish to take is, of course, Ignite Stage 2 for EMEA. That's Step 2. Step 3 would be those global finals. These are all of the crowns that Virtus Pro will be aiming for on their way to ending out the year as the EMEA champions. That is their goal.
That's the main thing to be going for, but I really want to sort of look back at Arico, especially because I think that it is just the real capstone of what this team is capable of, because not only is it some strong fundamentals, it's the cute new stuff, right? Sparker being able to be on the Rocket Raccoon, and Nevix, who is such a strong Vanguard, had some brilliant moments on the Groot in this one in particular. Just the distance throws, 3-pointer strangling prisons onto high ground, comboing that with Dredraw and the Cloak and Dagger with the Cloak, and then putting a wall up to do increasing like ticking damage. It is so nice to see some of these little plays. Like this one is brilliant, right? It's so hard for a team like Choppity, despite the fact that they beat that X-Rad roster in another tournament. Now you definitely have to be paying attention to what Virtus Pro are doing. But I think the thing for Virtus Pro is you need to get better at the Ignite draft. That's the thing that's really going to make the biggest difference for you.
And that's almost certainly what they've been working on. While those mid-season finals were happening in the build-up, that's what they would have been working on. They were literally asked, like, how do you feel, what do you think went wrong? And a lot of those answers were, we just weren't as used to this Ignite draft. They would have been in the lab working on that. But speaking of being in the lab, the newer team, Choppity, they had an incredible performance. Their first official Marvel Rivals tournament, and they came second. Nicely done. Their second official tournament, because they of course had the qualifiers to get all the way to this point, to get into Ignite as well, which they also won and were able to make it into Ignite. But speaking of making it into Ignite, Season 4 will be starting soon on the 12th, and Angela will be joining us. We are returning to the realm of the gods as our next Asgardian will be jumping on in, a flying crowd control character. I am excited.
It's kind of what we need as the Vanguard players, I think, to just sort of join in with some of the Jean Grey, the Torch, the Ultrons. You can sort of fly high in the sky, and I think if there's some teams that are going to come up with some nice strategies, it's going to be the two that we saw in the final here. But for everybody else, you can theorycraft, you can surmise, you can see where it would go in a draft, I guess, but you're going to have to wait until next Friday, which means that for the teams in Ignite, I don't know if it's going to be in play. I don't know if we've seen that information just yet, but it would only be like less than a week difference. Not a lot of time for teams to get used to what meta could form with the addition of a new Vanguard.
We will have to see, but speaking of getting ready for Ignite, you can make sure that you are looking good. It's the occasion of the year. Once again, time to celebrate your favorite teams by dressing up as your favorite players, and you can do that by getting those chrono tokens to save up and convert them into credits, by getting double the chrono tokens up to an extra 2,000 here. Complete that battle pass, convert them into credits, use them to get those skins, and come into Season 4 in style.
Yeah, put it into your Angela ISA, I suppose, of like future stuff, right? Just try to hold that money together, because that's what I'm going to be doing. But for Vanguard players of all different shapes and sizes, there's still stuff for you Penny Parker players. We only saw a couple of moments, some nice little lineups, but we might see it in a nice shiny new Wasteland mech, which is pretty much available in game now, I think from September the 4th. So it is, it's a great chance to be able to go through it. And like I said, credit to the team that designed this one. It's a unique rig with how Spider looks in Marvel Rivals, and to come up with, I think, what's even an epic skin that looks this good, I hate to simp for it, but it's great.
We love our cool aesthetics. We love our different skins. We've got so many that are coming out as well for next season, and we'll have to see what the teams like to bring. I can't wait for more what is coming. Magneto is getting another incredible skin, which is great because I'm really loving the Ultron binary Magneto, but I love the comic accurate chain Magneto.
There's so much to look forward to, whether it's like in the game itself, stuff that's happening at the moment, but certainly like with these teams. It's been a pleasure to be back for one, Tetra, and it's made me excited for stage 2. But seeing the likes of Virtus Pro be back as a real threat in this region, Chopped looking like really hunting down some of these bigger teams, giant killers, I'd say is probably the only way to describe them. But then also teams like FaZe, Alcadzia looking really solid in places. I don't think it's going to be a case of 2 or 3 teams at the top and everybody else below. I think it's going to be a really exciting, it's the best region in the world, right, for EMEA, and I don't think that's going to be any exception. But as a recap of today's result, we saw a brilliant best of 5 lower bracket final for Chopped versus Zero Tenacity. Very excited to see where both those teams go, but it just seems to be a step beyond to match up to what Virtus Pro does in these tournaments, with a swift 4-0 win in this best of 7.
4-0 once again. Virtus Pro exactly back where they're used to being, taking dominant series in MRC and continuing their journey on. Whereas Choppity, again, one of their first appearances as a full roster, doing what is an incredible run, having to play against Zabs, which is all business, then against Virtus Pro twice, then against Zero Tenacity, the team that came 3rd last season. And look at all the Ignite talent in this upper bracket and lower bracket. FaZe, Insomnia, Zabs, aka All Business, Alcadzia, all of these teams we'll be seeing in the next few weeks.
And we still, I think roster lock is pretty much this weekend, potentially end of this week. So there's still moves to be made, right? There's still slots, I suppose, that are going to change around. And there's a lot of just great talent that might not have shone too much in previous championships or even Ignite in stage 1. But on the new teams with the right players, with the right combos of strategists and the right meta, you might see like Leolus was a real standout duelist, for example. And it was a great chance to see him shine. For me, it's always the same of Virtus Pro, you look great in these kind of matches, but when we get to the big ones, I want to see that dominance. I really want to see them push for the top spot, and I want to see them at the grand finals.
And we will potentially get the chance to see that as Ignite, as we already mentioned, will be coming very soon. But what is also coming up for you all tonight, the Americas, the last region left for MRC, will be happening a little bit later tonight. We also have some incredible Ignite talent over there, as well as some incredible casting talent. Our colleagues over the pond will be taking on the incredible task of bringing you those incredible, exciting matches. And speaking of incredible, we have so many plays coming up for you from these Ignite teams, and so many incredible skins coming in. How many more times can I fit incredible? Am I being paid by the word? You'll never know.
It's fantastic. There you go. Say that again.
That'll do. We'll take that one. All right. Well, everybody, thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's show. We certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. We will be back, as I've said, with Ignite Stage 2. Stay tuned to this channel. Make sure you turn on those notifications to see when Ignite and MRC for the Americas happens. But from us, Ryan, any final words?
It's just good to be back. Let's look to see what Season 4 is going to bring us.
Thank you all very much for watching, and we'll see you all for Ignite and America. We'll see you later tonight.